Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our April 18th session of negotiations with Jeffco Public Schools and Jcea. We are pleased to have you this evening. Welcome to all of those in the audience. We appreciate you being with us this evening. Tonight, we have a full agenda and hope to accomplish as much as possible. We will begin this evening with our introductions and a real quick connecting question. And then we will move throughout our agenda, and I will review the agenda prior to doing so. And so Jennifer asked a great question in a meeting I was with her in this week. And so I'm going to ask that same question. The question is, what do you love most about living in Colorado? Of all the things you could choose, what do you love most about living in Colorado?
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Oh, Steph. So don't forget introduction, who you are and where you work, and then whether you have any elephants in the room and whether you have any time constraints this evening. I will go ahead and start. My name is Amanda Perazio. I'm the Associate Chief of Schools here in Jeffco. I have no elephants and I have no time constraints. And my favorite part about living in Colorado is the attention to health. And just the fact that we are all about maintaining a healthy lifestyle, whether it be outside, things inside, etc. And I'm going to go to the right. So Richard is next.
Hello, I'm Richard Sanchez. I'm a 6th grade social studies teacher at Bell Middle School. I'm also the organizing action team chair for Jcea. I do have an elephant. If you're going to drop something like that again, I'd really appreciate it with warning. And then what I love about Colorado, I love that there's a really good music scene here. I feel lucky that all the good artists come through Colorado. I also love to go and watch Rockies games. And then Chubby's off of 38th. Have you ever been to Chubby's? Good Mexican food there off of 38th. That's famous, but that's it, yeah.
Hello, I'm Michelle DeAndrea Austin. I am the principal at Bell Middle School. No elephants, no time constraints. I am also the official note taker of these, so I'm always on the computer. That's why. My favorite thing about living in Colorado, I was born and raised here, and my parents were, so I've been around for a while. But there are a lot of things, but I would say we've got a very large Olympic contingency here, and especially in the Winter Olympics. But that's always been very exciting for me. So, because I'm a huge Olympic junkie, so that's what I love about it here.
Maria Messer, Executive Director of Special Education. No elephants, no time constraints. I have to say the mountains. Being able to. It doesn't take very long to get to some of the most beautiful places on the planet. I get up there as much as I can. So that's my favorite.
Stephanie Jones, part of the Jcea bargaining team and behavior systems coach. And no elephants, no time constraints. And my favorite part of living in Colorado is the seasons. I just love all of the seasons, and my daughters are 3rd generation natives.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Kimson. I am one of the directors in human resources, and my favorite thing about living in Colorado is that being from the Midwest, it's really cold in the winter, and when it snows, the snow is on the ground for months, and it turns black, and it piles up, and it never goes away, and it always feels dreary. And here, it can snow 3 feet, and 2 or 3 days later, it's melted and sunny and beautiful again. And I love that about Colorado. We have all of the seasons, but also it's not all of the seasons all of the time forever.
Christine Wiggins, Jcea. I'm going to say the same thing I said a couple weeks ago. I'm from Arizona, so 4 seasons exist.
I'm Rob Cassidy. I'm a science teacher at Stanley Lake High School. No elephants, no time constraints. In terms of the question, I don't know. It's kind of a close tie there, and I'd probably have to go with like the outdoor opportunities / mountains. And I just remember one of the first times I was here. I moved here in 1990, and shortly after getting here, I went with a friend. We drove up for about an hour from home or 45 minutes from home to the Longs Peak parking lot. Hiked up in the dark to basically Chasm Lake. And, the sun came up and the entire east face of Longs Peak was just aglow with alpenglow. And it was like, wow, this is really cool to live here.
Brooke Williams, art educator and Jcea president. No elephants, no time constraints, except I really just want to go home and have a beer right now. I know I'm saying that on live TV, but it's that time of year, isn't it? My favorite thing about Colorado is the mountains and the weather. And to go with the beer thing, Coors Light. I love it. It's like Colorado water, right? I know everybody likes micro beers, but give me turn this on. All right, Kendra Geis, 5th grade teacher at Swanson Elementary. No time constraints. Small personal elephant. My husband and I are in the process of selling our home, and so if I'm on my phone or have to step up, it's our agent with some inspection issues. So I apologize about that if I have to be distracted for a minute. Colorado native, and like you, Steph, I was thinking about my kids. I think they might be 3rd or 4th generation Colorado natives. And my favorite thing about Colorado is looking west and seeing those mountains in the sky. No matter where I go, when I see those, I know that I'm home.
Anthea Justice, learning specialist, Ryan Elementary, Jcea bargaining team, no elephants, time constraints. Growing up, well, seasons, yes, definitely. Growing up in California and then moving here. So yeah, first seasons. And then I think I tried moving back to California for a little bit after I graduated college. And it's just what I love about Colorado is when you go to eat anywhere, you can talk to someone and they have such a good story. You feel like you get to know people really well here. And I think sometimes in California, it wasn't always like that. So I love that about it, and just that everyone has such a cool story from different places around, different countries, different places in the U.S. And then also, the views. Nothing like a sunrise, and just, it's so pretty all the time.
Dale Mulholland, JCA Vice President and Social Studies teacher at Pomona High School. No time constraints or elephants. Favorite thing about, I don't know. I was born in Colorado, so I don't know what it's like to live anywhere else, to be truthful. I do know when I go back and visit my dad's family back in Arkansas, they're nice people, but, hick-mobilities and everything. We don't have humidity, which is super duper nice. And we don't have bugs the size of small children, which is really, really nice. And then, so that, I guess that would be my favorite thing.
Deanne Hoffman, principal at Hutchinson Elementary, no elephants or time constraints. Favorite thing, it's funny because listening to Jen, first thing I thought of was the same thing Jen said. I'm from the Midwest as well. So that I was going to say the sun. There's lots of days of sunshine here in Colorado, so things do feel warmer than they actually are. We do get the 4 seasons, but the sun is my favorite. And then so I was thinking of something to add on to that to not be redundant. And then Anthea kind of took mine, and the people are also really wonderful and kind of actually remind me of Midwest people, just friendly and kind and good people. So it's my favorite.
Caroline Frazee, principal at Arvada High School. Deanne, you just took mine. Thanks. I grew up in the San Luis Valley, which is often one of the coldest places in the nation. So I grew to appreciate over 300 days of sunshine to get through that.
Hi, Beth Grabois, Director of Math and Science. And I'm also a native. And along with what Richard said, love the music, but also the art scene. Our museums, performances, dance performance. You can always find something interesting to do on the weekend, and I don't have any elephants or time constraints.
Lisa Elliott, JCEA staff. No elephants. My only time constraint is my energy level. Other than that, I try to make it through tonight. Of course, everyone loves the mountains, but I get up there a lot less often than I thought I would when I moved here. But coming from Kansas City, the thing that I most appreciate is the lack of humidity.
Steve Landrigan, employee and labor relations. No time constraints, no elephants. I'm originally from New Hampshire, so the season thing is really, I only see 2 seasons out here, honestly. Sorry. But what got me out here were the mountains, and the state parks are just wonderful. The diversity that we have here in Colorado of the landscape and people. I just find all that it's great.
Okay, I'm Michelle Malis, a Spanish teacher and JCEA bargaining chair. I don't have any time constraints. I'm going to answer the question first by saying, as I second all the things I heard, but I would just say there's stuff to do. I grew up in the middle of nowhere, Iowa, and there was no stuff to do. And so there's just so many things you can do no matter what it is you're interested in. There's stuff to do. So if you're bored, it's kind of your own fault. So it's great. It's great having things to do. So I'm going to go back to the elephant. It's sort of kind of an elephant. So I would just say that we have a lot of dedicated educators in this district. They're all dedicated educators, and they're also very invested and engaged in our negotiation process. They're paying attention. They've got great ideas. And they've been, watching and paying attention as this bargaining season has gone on. And over that time, they have been signing a petition to support us in this bargaining process. And I don't know exactly how many signatures there are, but it's a lot, is my guess. That's what I would peg that at. And I'm just going to read what it says. Educators believe that all students, regardless of color, background, or zip code, deserve safe and equitable schools. That's why we're united in calling on Jeffco Public Schools to empower educators as the experts in the field in order to retain and respect our employees. That means a living wage, manageable workload, safe schools, educator voice, and a strong contract. So I've been tasked with delivering these. All right.
Hi, my name's Sarah Siegel. I work with CEA and for JCEA. No time constraints or elephants or anything like that. And I would say my favorite thing about Colorado are those aspen trees. They're just beautiful during the fall.
And I'm Anna Bryant. I'm a 3rd grade teacher at Hackberry Hill Elementary. I do not have any elephants or time constraints, and Deanne, ditto exactly everything you said. I'm also from the Midwest, and the sunshine is just incredible.
Can you just raise your hand if you're from Iowa? That's right. Well represented, Iowa. Woo woo. I knew that was going to happen. It's a thing we do. We like to move to places that are better than where we came from. Not that Iowa's a bad place. It's a lovely place to be from. It's a lovely place to visit. There's a lot of trees and hills, surprisingly. You would like it. Right? So thank you. Thank you, everyone. And I apologize if our questions start to become redundant. Sometimes I forget what I asked weeks before. And so thank you for indulging us in that time to connect. So before I turn it over to JCEA for their financial presentation and their counter proposal to compensation and benefits, I just wanted to review the agenda with everyone this evening. We will begin with that, which I just stated. We will also return language on Article 11, Article 9, Article 25, Article 12, Article 15, and Article 16. So there will be lots of opportunity to discuss different language and different interests that we have this evening. We do ask that the audience continue to support in a way that is reasonable and acceptable. We appreciate jazz hands and not hooting and hollering, of course, just to make sure that everyone at the negotiation table is able to hear and stay on task and engaged as we are able. I also want to thank you to all of the educators who took time to sign the petition that you've shared with us this evening, as well as those who have taken time to acknowledge the support and advocacy for all educators across Jeffco via email or other ways of corresponding with the Board of Education and those of us on the bargaining team. So we appreciate you, and we hear you, and we acknowledge and appreciate all that you do in each and every day. And with that, I will turn it over to Christine and Rob to present, and I will figure out how to get you into the meeting. Oh, you're in. Beautiful. I believe Dennis is working on getting the random PC DVI not connected box removed from the screens. Until then, we do have access in the agenda, folks who are at the table, to click into that to be able to follow along.
Well, while we're waiting for technology to catch up with us, just as a quick overview, I'll be giving the financial presentation, and then after that, we're going to have a number of folks will be speaking with some stories relating to the topic. And then after that, we will give our counter to the compensation proposal. Associated with that, we will also return a counter for the benefits. And I'm still stalling here.
You want us to try again, Dennis? Yay, thank you.
Okay. So this is, before we get to the counter, I just wanted to provide, and we as a team wanted to provide context and kind of talk about where we're coming from and kind of explain, where we're getting the rationale for the numbers that we will be, showing in terms of our proposal in a little bit here. So this is the 2024 Jcea financial presentation. Yay. The next one. We wanted to definitely start out by thanking the school board and the community and, the district leadership. The last several years, we have received considerably larger increases in funding towards teachers than in years prior to that. That's a welcome change over the past decade. Before that, there was definitely some rough years there, and I think the last few years have been better. So thank you very much. We do appreciate that. So thank you to the board, to district leadership, and the community who ends up footing the bill for all of this. And they have definitely benefited our lives to some degree, and they have helped retention, quality of life for people working here. So yay, some good news. With that said, though, Jeffco educator salaries are still well below being competitive in the Denver area. We believe there's considerable room for growth in terms of making competitive wages in this district to be competitive with other districts and to provide living wages for the teachers who are here and the educators who are here in the district. So next one. So we have here a comparison of salary showing some of the local districts that have collective bargaining agreements. At the advice of the district team, we did add in a middle column that we hadn't had before. So we have the beginning salary, we have the ending salary, and then we picked something in the middle. We just picked MA Step 10. And this is the salary schedule for this current academic year. You'll see with starting salary, Jeffco is in fact in last place among the districts there. For ending salary, Jeffco is in last place among the districts that are there. For the MA plus for step 10 with the masters, you'll see that we actually beat out Adams 12. And we're actually pretty competitive with Adams 12 in the ending salary as well. So yeah, so that provides some context as to where we are, and it shows that we have some room, or some room where we can catch up, and definite opportunity for growth to become competitive here.
I was just told the people online can't see the presentation.
Should I wait? Is it good? It's good now. Okay, so once again, this panel here does show the salaries, which shows Jeffco is in last place for starting and ending salary, and second to last place in the MA plus step 10, showing that there's definitely room for growth for us to become competitive with local area districts. Looking at the governor's proposal, some really good news here in that the governor has pledged to get rid of the budget stabilization factor. There was a significant buy down last year, and then the plan is to completely buy off the budget stabilization factor. That's really, really good news, because that's millions of dollars to education in the state that has been not provided to the districts in the state, including Jeffco. So yay. $564 million is expected in program increases according to the governor's proposed budget. Generally, this mirrors fairly close to what ends up passing in the legislature. There'll be some tweaks and some changes, but this, it generally gives an indication of where things are going. Some other good news is that preschool has started to become a major factor in. It's no longer K-12; it's now pre-K-12 education, and a significant chunk of money is being allocated to that as well. So I think at the state level, there's some better things that we're seeing now than we'd seen, in previous years. Okay, next slide shows, and we've shown this graph before, and I think Brenna addressed, the issue considerably in the district financial presentation that, they try pretty hard to be within a certain tolerance and have, their projected costs be within a certain tolerance of the actual costs that come out. Unfortunately, there's a couple things. One thing is that one of the areas that time after time after time end up being underestimated is well, I guess this is just total expenses. But you'll see that's like, it's a $22 million difference in the last fiscal year. And I know that that's within the tolerance. But the fact that that occurs year after year after year, it's $22 million. When you translate that to steps, that's a 4% COLA, or not steps, but to COLA, that's a 4% COLA for educators. So if we see the same under or overestimation of cost, and the same $22 million overestimation of cost year after year after year, if we could integrate that into a 4% additional COLA, that would get us up into the competitive range. Okay, the next slide shows, this was one of the late compensation proposals from the district last spring. And I know that in terms of the district team, I think there is one veteran member on the team, and that would be Amanda. So this might be new to everyone else on the district team. But this was one of the last offers. And they offered steps, they offered lanes, they offered a COLA increase, and the COLA increase that they offered was 4.5%. There were some miscellaneous stipends and things like that. And when they costed it out, they got $37.35 million for that. This, I believe, was presented on the final night of negotiations. When it all came said and done, the COLA ended up increasing to 5.25%. So we ended up settling on a figure that was, again, 0.75% higher COLA than the numbers presented here. But the key number I want you guys to kind of keep in mind here is that the district estimated a $37.35 million cost for this proposal, which again was 0.75% lower than what ended up actually happening. Now, when we look then at what happens. I wanted to talk a little bit. I'm being really scattered here. I'm a little. I wanted to actually. Can we go back 2 slides? Sorry. I wanted to kind of highlight the last 2 years on this slide, and note that in the 2021-2 school year, the district. There's been a big point made about the fact that the district has. For 2 years in a row prior to this year, budgeted a deficit. And both times it was a fairly significant deficit. But when it's all said and done, when it all comes out in the wash, that deficit largely goes away. So in the 21-22 school year, there was a $19.5 million basically overestimation of the cost. So the underspend was $19.5 million. The following year, 22-23, it was $22.7 million. In the first year, 21-22, even though there was an expected deficit, we ended up as a district having a surplus. The next year during bargaining, we were told, we're having repeated years of deficit budgets. Well, that was a weird thing to say because we'd actually run a surplus the year before. It was true, but it was a little unusual because we actually ran a surplus the year before. The last fiscal year did end with a $2 million deficit. With that said, though, that was the year that we converted all those schools. We put $45 million into refurbishing schools. We had super high utility costs that year. Even with that, we had a $22.7 million underspend. And the total deficit, instead of being in the 20-some-odd million dollars, was $2 million, which, at the end of that fiscal year left us with over $211 million in reserves. So I thought that was important context in terms of kind of placing the discussion, and I'm sorry I kind of omitted that earlier. So if we go ahead 2 slides. What I really like to do when I'm looking at data, and I think the team does the same thing, is we like to look at what's actually what the numbers are. And some of the data, we can look at comprehensive financial reports. The problem with financial reports that are the comprehensive financial report is it's for like June 30th of the year before. So when we're looking at what has happened this year, it's hard to kind of tease that out of a report that hasn't come out yet. So the only way we can really approach this is looking at the quarterly financial reports. So remember back, we had the proposal that the district team presented gave a $37.5 million cost for their proposal, which then was actually 0.75% COLA less. And I think it would be informative to then look at the numbers of what is the district actually spent on these costs in at least the first part of this academic year to see, well, how do the numbers that actually happened represent the projections by the district. Okay, so that's what we're going to do, and we're going to use primarily the second quarterly report of the school, or of the Jeffco schools. Okay, this next panel then shows, it's a chart, and there's several things going on in it. The very bottom line on the chart shows the revised budget revenue. And, so that's how much money is coming into the district. And you'll see that, between 22-23 and 23-24, there's actually been a $55.3 million projected increase in revenue. And when you look at the numbers of what's actually come in, that's pretty darn close. So Brenna did a really good job in terms of calculating what this amount was. This is pretty much spot on how much additional money the district has this year compared to last year. $55.2 million. And a lot of the thanks for that goes to the folks in Denver there who have provided a buy down of that budget stabilization factor and provided money for Jeffco and other school districts. But key thing, $55.3 million of new revenue. Okay, the top line there shows general instruction, which generally accounts for about 46% of the budget. And you'll see 22-23 was about $423 million, then $431 million for 23-24. Now, the interesting thing is that the change there is $8.1 million. That works out to a 1.2% or 1.9% change. Now, we were told that when we gave a proposal that we thought was really fair and we thought would do a really good job of getting into that competitive range. We were told that that was too much. It was not fiscally responsible to have that amount of money going in there. What you see here, though, is that they said it was too much, and we ended up settling on the 5.25% COLA. But then when they went to budget it, the change was 1.9% for general instruction. General instruction includes things like classroom teachers. It's the majority of just general classroom type things that go on. Now, if we were offering so much money that it would be too much for the district to handle, why then is the budget for the main thing that is involved with Jcea, why is the budget there only a third or less than a third of the amount of money coming in that should be there? Because if you think about it, 6.5% change. If you were to have equal priority for every item on the budget, every line item should see a 6.5% increase. Well, if you have less than a 6.5% increase, that means that that's something that the numbers are showing aren't a district priority. If the numbers are bigger than that, that shows it's a district priority. And what we see here is revenue coming in is 6.5% increase, but the money going to general instruction, which is teachers, people in contact with the classroom, is only a 1.9% increase, which meant the district budgeted that a huge amount of that money that would have gone into the classroom teachers and things like that was actually going to be allocated to other things in the budget, not general instruction. So not only did they not have to, you'd think that if they were worried that it was too much money, they would budget more money for general instruction. But instead, they took money out of general instruction potential and put it into other areas in the budget. So they could see that we can cover it with this 5.25% amount, won't cost, we'll have extra money left over that we can put elsewhere. So that to me is interesting. General instruction actual, if you look 2 lines down, only ended up being, for the first 6 months of this year, 1%. So even that 1.9% budgeting was considerably overestimating expenses. So our actual increase in general instruction, despite the concern that it was going to be too expensive, it's a 1% increase when our revenue increase is 6.5%, which means 5.5% of additional funds that just if we were like the same priority as other things in the district are actually being pulled by the district and put elsewhere in the budget. Okay, next slide shows percent change in quarter 1 and 2 spending. And the left column here is the Jcea bargaining unit. That includes general instruction, it includes special ed instruction, and it includes instructional support. When you add all that up, the percentage change from the 22-23 year to this current year was a 2% increase for Jcea. In contrast, general administration is up almost 10%. Okay, now just to kind of highlight, who's involved in this 2%. It's a third of the money that, if we were just the same priority as other things in the budget, you'd get a 6.5% increase. We're getting a 2% increase, which means that less than a third of the money that could be allocated here if we were equal priority is going to all these things: teachers, digital technical librarians, speech therapists, health services, clinic aides, homebound, student counseling, preschool. You can read it. It's all those people who are in contact with the kids every day. And 2/3 of the increase has been pulled from there and put elsewhere in the budget. Okay, if we go to the next panel, you'll see annual spending trends in quarter 1 and quarter 2. So you'll see general instruction has a percentage increase of 1.26%. Special ed instruction, 6.46%. Instructional support, 2.04%. So the total Jcea is, again, like we said in that slide before, about 2%. It's 2.09%. Again, general instruction, 9.74. Now, next slide here shows 2 graphs. One is showing the portion of the budget that the Jcea bargaining team represents, and it's a little bit imprecise because it's not totally in the quarterly report. There are a couple line items that don't fit Jcea, and maybe there are a couple things in Jcea that aren't in those. But for the majority, most things that the Jcea team is associated with are these 3 things: general instruction, instructional support, and special ed instruction. You'll see we're 68.8% of the budget. In fact, though, we were given, if you take the $6.2 million increase, double it to like $12.2 million. $12.2 million of additional funds allocated to Jcea represents only a quarter of the money coming in for this year. So once again, if we're 68% of the budget and we're only getting a quarter of the new money, there's something that doesn't add up there. And it's showing, the data is showing that at least last year, the Jcea bargaining unit was not a priority of the district. Moving on to the next slide. We're kind of looking at this. So that was, the last few slides were from the Jcea angle. This is looking at total compensation. And this includes Jcea bargaining unit, JESPA, administrators, everything. Now, remember that the district team had suggested a cost of $37 million for the JCA cost of their compensation increase last year. Now, this is all salaries. So all salaries at mid-year had been an increase of about $7 million. That's a 2.71% increase. Benefits was about $2 million, and then total was right at about $9 million, or 2.64% of the budget. That means salaries as a whole, in terms of the allocation from the district, is 2.64% when general revenue was up 6.5%. Now, it makes you wonder why, if we project this out for the whole year, that would be about $18 million. Well, $18 million, and that's for everybody. That's for teachers, it's for JESPA, it's for administrators. That's $18 million. That's less than half of what the district suggested the cost was going to be of a proposal that was 0.75% COLA less than what actually happened. Okay, next slide shows a comparison with consumer price indexes. CLC 2019, 2020, 21, 22, et cetera. Consumer price index, the bottom line is that over those years went up 20% or about 5% per year. Okay, the right column shows revenue. Revenue, again, went up 16.4% or 4.1% per year. So not too far off, a little bit less than the consumer price index, but in the same ballpark. Now, general instruction went up a total of 6.3% or 1.59% per year. So not only has that general instruction lower amount of money going to it occurred last year, it's occurred consistently for the last 5 years. Consistently, we have had, again, a 1.59% increase when inflation is going up at 5%, when district revenue is going up over 4%. General instruction's getting a little over 1.5%. Now, to our team, a budget is a statement of values. Are we directing taxpayer dollars to the people who work directly with the students and making the biggest impact on student achievement? Okay, next panel. At the current rate of expenditure, Jeffco will be devoting 32.5% of its increased revenue for last year to salaries and benefits. That includes benefits. As I think we've shown, the district has consistently overestimated expenses over the past several years. And, like I said a little bit before, an actual increase of $18 million when the district had projected just JCA costing $37 million. It shows, some discrepancies in numbers there. And let me remind you that the numbers I'm using are district numbers from district publications, the quarterly report. These are actual spending numbers that actually occurred. Okay, so next slide. Why is that not going? Okay. So, we would cost $12.2 million. I showed that on the graph before. At the current rate of expenditure, JCA will be devoted about 22% of the budget. So we're 68.8% of the money, and we're being allocated 22% of this year's budget. Now, moving on to, that was past stuff, moving to the district proposal that was given to us a little while ago. The district has repeatedly said, and we appreciate the sentiment, they've repeatedly said that their number one priority is compensation. Now, what's interesting, though, is when you look at the numbers coming from the state, CEA estimates that Jeffco will get a 6.9% per pupil funding increase. Inflation from the district presentation was projected at 5.2%. However, the district's offered COLA was 3%. Now, the current offer then is nearly 4% less than the per pupil funding amount and 2% less than inflation. And I know that the district has said, well, we're making that up with steps. And when you add steps in, steps are 2.5% for most years, and then at the end there's a top. So it averages out to 2.2%. So when you add the 2.2%, there you get up to the 5%, which is inflation. Unfortunately, there's a logical flaw with that argument. And let me kind of talk about it here in terms of, if you think of the budget as like a ship or a boat. And when inflation happens, water spills into the boat and the boat sinks. But there's a stairway on the boat, and the employees, of the district are on this stairway on the boat. And as the boat is sinking because inflation or water is entering the boat and making the boat go down, the people on the stairs are able to step up each year. And because of that, when they look out over the ocean, they're staying at the same height. And then more inflation happens, the boat sinks lower, and they go up another stair, and they're able to look out, and they're still at the same point. And so if you kind of project this out, well, let's assume that we keep that for the whole time, which means when you enter teaching, if we exactly match inflation for 30 years, by the time you finish, the buying power you have at the end of your career will be the same as the buying power you have at the beginning of the career. Well, I know when I started teaching, we ran a $10,000 deficit in our house. We budgeted. We ran the numbers. We could do it for a year, but that isn't sustainable for the long term. And so I guess the problem here is that if we are having the fact that real spending or real buying power doesn't increase for current employees, then it's not good. And one problem also is then new employees are getting a lower and lower and lower level to the point where new employees then get only about half the money. In 30 years, they'll only have about half the money of the employees that are new this year. So even though the current employees are staying at the same amount, every year the new employee is starting at a lower and lower and lower level. So mathematically, that argument doesn't work. Now moving on to steps and lanes. The district, we do appreciate that the district acknowledged that turnover does have savings. But with that said, we maintain that the average, there's no net cost to steps and lanes in the long term. And the logic for this is if you assume everyone in the salary schedule is on this escalator. So we have an escalator here, everyone's on the escalator. Now, as the years go on, people move up the escalator. Well, if you assume that, I think the district was saying that half of the increase will be savings and half the increase will occur. Well, if you keep incurring half the time, if like this year, everyone were in the middle of the escalator, in 30 years, everyone's going to shoot off the top of the escalator because it goes up, half a step every year. Mathematically, it doesn't work to have constantly increasing costs. Now, the same thing with if you have different lanes. Different lanes are like jumping from one escalator to an escalator that goes higher. The bottom line, though, is if you have set escalators in set positions, if you have the same number of people there, then it's not going to change in the long term. You might have fluctuations year to year, but in the long term, it's not going to change. So what does have costs? Now, COLAs do have costs. COLAs will increase the height of the escalator. It will have an increased cost. Also, were you to change the numbers between the lanes, that will have cost. If we increase the 6th lane from 2% to 4%, that is a real increase in cost. Now, the district has stated that there's roughly $24.7 million available for spending. they noted that district spending, almost exactly matched revenue for the last 2 years. But, note that we also last year did put $45 million into refurbishing schools. Both years we had significant, underspends. And as I noted, last year a whole lot of money wasn't allocated to JCA that, it appears maybe could have been. In fact, there's $25.5 million more cash on hand than there used to be, a year ago, just sitting there in the bank somewhere. So we maintain that there was money deferred from JCA last year that could be used in the COLAs this year, in addition to that $24.7 million. Okay, so that kind of talks about the finances. I did want to spend a couple minutes and talk about benefits as well. We on February 1st introduced to the bargaining session a budget proposal or a benefits proposal. We did this early because we had been told with no doubt that there was a firm March 15th deadline for when it had to be done for the tech people to be able to do what they needed to do to make things work. Well, on March 7th, the district gave some general comments on compensation, but didn't give, and told us that the March 15th deadline was not a hard deadline, that there was some wiggle room. On April 4th, which was 64 days after our offer, there was finally a counter given. That's 2 months after the offer. And they told us that it was too late for any design changes because the tech people couldn't handle it at that point. This was not the tech people's fault. The tech people were very clear that March 15th was a firm deadline. Currently, the district covers 65% of medical costs. That proportion ranges from 100% from some of the single plans to about 30% for family plans. The district counterproposal was a counterproposal, was a flat 25% fee. Now that directly went against the recommendations of the Benefits Advisory Committee, who had recommended that there be some percentages where families received more money, and in that way, kids would be encouraged to stay in the plans. I heard actually, as soon as that proposal went out, there were people with families who instantly started looking on the exchange to get rid of their kids off of the Jeffco plan because it would be cheaper to go to the exchange immediately that night. The district proposal essentially was encouraging kids not to be part of this program just due to the huge cost. For example, if you were on the Kaiser DHMO plan with a annual rate increase of about $1,556, the district plan offered a $300 basic coverage. Now, if you are on lane 1, step 6, so an employee who's been here for a while, they, according to the COLA that was given by the district offer, would get a $1,786 COLA. Well, you take away the $1,256 that adds on because of the increased cost of the family medical coverage, you're left with a $530 COLA. That's hard to make everything else in the budget meet on that tiny COLA. Now, also, the $2.1 million increase was well below the 44%, or was 44%, which is well below the 65%, which means, once again, the district or the employees are funding and footing most of the bill for benefits increases. Like we said, a budget is a statement of values. Do we value our educators and the educator time? Does it value mental health and well-being? Does it allow Jeffco to remain competitive in the metro area? Does it ensure that they don't lose a lot of the most of the COLA to healthcare? Okay, so with that, I think that is the end of the slide presentation. I think we're going to continue now with some stories.
Yes, so at this time, Our bargaining team is going to be reading some stories that were shared with us through our survey that we send out to all of our members. And we're also going to be inviting some guests to the table to tell their own personal stories around compensation. So at this time, I would invite our guests to the table. And if you could introduce yourselves and say what your role here is in Jeffco Public Schools.
Hi, everyone. My name is Colin Ferraro. I am a English teacher at Wheat Ridge High School, and thank you for having me at the table tonight.
My name is Adriana Garcia, and I am a science teacher at Golden High School.
My name is Ashley Hockey, and I am a learning specialist at Summit Ridge Middle School.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to get us started here with stories. And actually, the first three come from news articles that have been published in the last 6 months that we think are important for context and of interest to these negotiations. So on November 23rd, this was from the Sentinel of 2023, low salaries and more responsibilities amid the rising cost of living have pushed teachers like Lombard, it was one of the people interviewed in this article, out of one Colorado school district in search of another, leaving some school systems struggling to attract and retain educators. Turnover rates in several metro area districts are hovering between 13 and 21%. Jeffco turnover rate at this point is 16% according to CDE.
On December 5th, 2023, local Fox News reported that Coloradans need to make at least $15,000 more just to live like they did in 2021. And it's one of the highest places in the nation.
Colorado Public Radio on December 13th, 2023 had a story that said, according to a survey results gathered by CEA, nearly 60% of teachers said that they're considering leaving the profession in the near future, and that half have struggled with housing costs in the past year.
Here's a story from a member. I can't pay my bills. I'm exhausted. I feel everything is urgent and I can't keep up.
Another member said, "We have to get our salary schedule up so that it is competitive with surrounding districts. Our talent drain is real."
From another member, we need to raise the number of years of experience that we accept for new hires on the salary scale.
Another one indicated that they'd like to see health benefits at least partially funded by the district for half-time employees.
Colorado ranks lowest in the United States in terms of pay equity for educators when compared to professionals in other fields who possesses similar levels of education.
And another member shared, "Inflation is nuts, and the housing market in Colorado is out of control. I have been teaching for 11 years and am still am struggling to purchase my first house. Please continue to bargain for pay increases that help us keep up with inflation and the rising costs of housing."
Neighboring school districts pay special education staff a stipend or higher salary. When we do not reward educators in special education, we will continue to have vacancies as educators move to districts where they will have a higher salary or an additional stipend for working in special education. And then this story, because it just happened to me last night, at a transition meeting for a student going to middle school, at the end of the meeting, we were informed that the learning specialist would be going to, would no longer be at that school. And when asked why, because they were going to another district. Because why? Higher pay, clearer caseloads, and lower caseloads. So again, that school is also working without a 0.5 all year, so it's a must.
All right. At this time, I'm going to invite our guests to share their stories, and we can just go in order here. So Ashley, Adriana, and Colin.
As I said, my name is Ashley Hoppy. I am a learning specialist at Summit Ridge Middle School, and I'm almost done with year 11 of teaching almost solely in Jeffco. I'm going to really start with a quote that we as educators hear a lot, and I personally abhor. And that is, you knew what you were getting into when you went into teaching. No, just no. At least for me, that is not true. I did not know that I was going to be on a $6,000 to $7,000 treatment a month, which I found out this morning would no longer be covered. I would end up, as of right now, I have Crohn's, I have colitis, vasculitis, inflammation in my nose, cysts across my body. And I know many others who are in education who have similar issues. And let's just say it's probably not from the stress, right? I did not know that the premier district that I grew up in and so wanted to support would soon be not so premier. My pay and that of my colleagues has not kept pace with the cost of living across the district. As a matter of fact, I live outside of the district lines to make ends meet. I have had roommates, horrible ones and the occasional good one, since coming to the district just to keep utilities running, my mortgage paid, and food on the table. Early in my career, I was paying for items in the classroom, food for students, pencils, paper, other basic necessities that they do not come with. I no longer can because I need to be able to put food on my table and pay for the increased cost of medical care so that I can actually still work. I am the sole income in my house at this time. There is no leeway to create a savings buffer for when something happens. The comfortable salary to meet the cost of living in Colorado is said to be $103,293 a year, as reported from Fox News on December 5th, 2023. Y'all, I'm nowhere near that. Most of us are nowhere near that. Most jobs do not have to work 10 to 30 hours unpaid in addition to the 40 hours a week because of the expectations placed upon those by who have not stepped foot in their job for years and some never. Over the summer, I had to pay thousands for unexpected medical costs when insurance did not cover the providers I needed to basically stay alive. I had to fight with the insurance company for months after I had been given an authorization, paid additionally per month to the tune of $99.36 every month for benefits. And then I couldn't afford new glasses, even for paying for district eye care. Why? Because of the cost. Can you imagine that cost if I had children or a significant other? When my home was flooded due to a neighbor's negligence and her insurance company refused to pay, that meant I would have to cover the cost completely on my own. Just ahead's my floor more than 2 years later, still has not been fixed. True story. Why? The cost. Additionally, I have put off for 11 years getting my master's degree due to cost. Do you hear a running theme here? While I love the program I've committed to, I had to find the most cost-effective post-secondary education available. When I move lanes, that'll be a big help, but it will still not be enough to consistently survive on. My sisters have, bless them, helped with groceries or buying me dinner, and even the supplies I need to complete my graduate program. When my parents need multiple hours of tech support, I'm there, even though I do not have the time. You guessed it, for the free meal or meals. I have not been able to update my wardrobe in years. I still wear clothes that I got back in college until they can go no further. The computer I need for my graduate program and my job is out of my reach until I can save enough. Do any of these sound like I knew what I was getting into as a teacher? Why is it not possible to live inside the district lines? Why is it not possible to have affordable healthcare, which, mind you, used to be a perk of teaching? Why are educators always having to fight tooth and nail to survive and stay in a profession, feeling like we're stuck? Can I afford groceries or gas for the week? Can I afford to see my doctor right now with the additional copay or coinsurance cost? How do we stop these questions from making or breaking a career? I think it's you look into the benefits and compensation that'll actually support your school-based personnel with basic survival. Don't tell us that we're not in it for the income. Don't continue to perpetuate the cycle of low compensation, because that sure won't keep people around or attract anyone new to Jeffco. Help me and our peers stay in education without the boatloads of debt or barely managing from day to day, and maybe we can get back to that premier district we once were. Thank you for your time.
Hello. As I said, my name is Adriana Garcia. I'm a science teacher at Golden High School. I've been teaching for 4 years and was a paraeducator for 2 years before that. My husband and I currently live in an undesirable part of Denver. We can't afford to live in Jeffco. Sorry, I lost my spot. It is affordable, but not what I would call safe. Last September, the apartment across the courtyard from me was raided for an active meth lab. As hard as my current living situation is, that's not why I'm talking to you tonight. In November of this year, I found out that I was expecting my first child, due in June. I will tell you that when I found out, I was worried, and I wasn't sure if it was the right time. After talking to many educators who have chosen to be child-free due to the cost of having a child, I didn't want to give up my dream of being a mom. Sorry. My husband and I were positive that we could handle this financial change. We are both in our 30s. We have advanced degrees. I have a master's and an additional 30 credit hours of education. As my due date has gotten closer and it's become very clear that we need to move, the truth is the compensation has not kept up with the current economic situation. My husband and I are moving in with my mom to avoid the financial hardship of affording rent, daycare, and attempting to save for a home. I would be lying if I said that I didn't cry a lot when we came to this choice. I feel like a failure. At my age, my mom had 4 children and a 6-bedroom home and could afford everything we needed. In case you don't know, a 3-bedroom home or a 3-bedroom apartment is about $3,000 a month. This is the bare minimum we need since my husband works from home. Daycare for an infant, once you can clear a wait list, is roughly $2,000. Add on student debt payments and other bills, we totaled it out and it's almost $7,000 a month. This leaves little room for a future home and any medical bills that I know will arise, since my child will likely have a rare genetic condition that will revolve multiple surgical interventions, specialists, and yearly full body scans. Please know that I am not blaming the district for inflation, the cost of childcare, housing costs, or cost of a college education. Know that I am very fortunate that I have a mom who can step up in such a large way to help me. But it is hard knowing that I can't do this on my own. That as an adult in a profession, I can't afford these things. The rate of compensation needs to stay up with the rate of basic things. I am in a fortunate position, and I know many other educators who are not, who are foregoing having their own children to take care of others' children, who are foregoing the safety and security of a home to take care of other people's children, who are putting themselves in increasingly dangerous housing situations or living in their cars. We need to afford the basics, and compensation is the only way we can do that.
All right. Good evening, everyone. I know I've already introduced myself, but my speech is contingent on me doing it again. So in case you didn't hear the first time, my name is Colin Ferraro. I am happy and proud to say that I am a lifetime Jeffco educator. My first job ever was actually being hired at Wheat Ridge. So Wheat Ridge means a lot to me. And I think the easiest way to describe how much Wheat Ridge means to me is to tell you about when I first started teaching, which was in January of 2020. And for those of you guys who are paying keen attention, you may be aware that 2 months after I started my first professional job, the world shut down. And I was left just trying to figure out this really complicated profession on my own for that first year. we come back the second year, and I make my way through hybrid teaching, and I'm really happy to say that I'm still here in this profession because I don't think a lot of other teachers would be. I would not be able to be in this position, however, without the amazing community of Wheat Ridge behind me, and that's why they're so special to me. Beyond just the community aspect, I'm reminded of something that Caroline, my AP, told me last year when she was my AP. Wheat Ridge has invested a lot of money in me through professional development opportunities, things of that nature. I really see that Wheat Ridge sees me, and I'm humbled to say this, as a future leader in the community of Wheat Ridge. And in a perfect world, I would be happy and honored to bear that mantle. Unfortunately, however, as I continue on in my career and I reach what I call the journeyman years of teaching, I see the writing on the wall. Like Adriana, I also have a master's degree, and I currently live with 4 other people in a townhome in Arvada. Now, I'm not asking for the world. I'm not asking for a mansion the size of Elon Musk's ego or anything like that. But what I am asking for is a quiet space to live in with, a future family and a house that I can afford to pay here in the Denver metro area, in the community that I love and respect so much. Did you know, if you look on Zillow, the ruins of a burned down house in the Arvada area cost $450,000? Now, as much as I would love to set up a tent, it's unfortunately just a little unsustainable for my taste at the moment. This puts me in a really difficult position. Do I continue to stay in Jeffco, the district that supported me, the district that's developed me as a professional and a leader, the district that is setting me up to be a leader in the community, in which I would really love to be, or do I focus on my personal achievements by wanting to start a family and buying a house? And the real only way I can do that, as it stands right now, unfortunately, is to seek employment somewhere else. And that is a really profoundly sad feeling. I owe so much to Jeffco and Wheat Ridge specifically because they've built me up, and I would not be the person I am today without the help of the community around me. I desperately wish to be like the Eric Himes and the Lance Austins of my school who have taught there for 30, 35 years and who are the guys that people look to as beacons of knowledge and wisdom in their communities. And I just don't think I can be. And that really hurts. The silver lining of this all, though, is that, fortunately, it doesn't have to be this way. The decisions made at this table tonight and in the next couple of weeks have the chance to change the direction of my future for the better. In a lot of ways, my fate is in your collective hands. No pressure, though. With all that being said, I would just like to leave you off with one thing. When we are making these decisions around compensation and benefits, I just hope that we make them with foresight. I hope that we make them with care. And most importantly, I hope we make them with compassion. The same things that I practice with my students every day and hope to continue practicing with my students into the future. Hopefully in Jeffco. We can do better. We can do better together. Thank you, guys.
Thank you guys for sharing your stories with us tonight. It's really powerful, and it's an important context for the conversation that we're having. And at this point, we're going to be sharing our compensation proposal. And as we get that pulled up, I just want to say that, a lot of our talk around this table is about the numbers and the percentages and the budgets and the revenues and the deficits and all that stuff it's important, but there are real people that are represented by those decisions and by those choices. And we can't lose sight of that those decisions have consequences. And what is a shared interest is that we want to maintain Jeffco as a premier district that people want to be in, that people are attracted to, that they don't, that we're not losing teachers to other districts. And we used to be that. When I first started here 24 years ago, the Jeffco was the place to be. And we lost our way a little bit. Part of it was a recession and we went through some troubles. But we can be that again. And I think that's our hope and hopefully a shared vision. So, and with that, we're going to be sharing some interests. So I'll kick it over to you, Richard.
Newsflash, Jeffco, we are losing quality educators to neighboring school districts because of compensation. So we have an interest in not losing our quality educators to other districts or professions.
We also have an interest in providing a salary and benefits package that allows employees to live comfortably within the district if they are either single or part of a family.
We have an interest in educators not losing money over the course of their career due to inflation and healthcare costs.
And we have an interest in allocating our revenue towards those who have a daily direct impact on our students and without whom this district would not function. So with that, I mean, it might be helpful for people to see it if we shared it. Oh, more technical difficulties? All right. So here is our 2024 compensation and benefits proposal from JCEA, counter proposal. So if we go to the next slide, what we are proposing are steps and lanes plus a 9% COLA to address obviously all the issues that were discussed this evening. We also are proposing moving our lane 6 from 2 to 4% change. This is something that, as part of our previous discussions, was part of the plan 3 years ago. This was something that we were always planning to do, and we think the time is now to make that change. Because of the benefits. So just once again, a little background on that. We had shared we had sent a letter back in December about working on this benefits issue, which we didn't get a response to, as I recall. We presented our benefits proposal on February 1st. We waited a month and a half for a response. On March 7th, we were told, oh, we can do this on March 15th, no problem. And then 64 days later, we were told it was too late for a design change at this point. And so based on that, we think that the district should pick up the increases to help our members be able to afford their benefits. So we project that at a $4.8 million cost. The 191-day contract year for instructional coaches, we believe that was something that was also in the district proposal. Activity and coach sponsor was estimated about $2.1 million. SPED, the 191-day contract. So originally we proposed 195, and we're proposing now 191. Our number is a little bit different than I know Amanda had sent me some figures, but they already have access to the 3 additional days. So because of that, the number that's there represents the 3 additional days on top of that, so 6 total at a cost of $1.5 million. We also are proposing an additional 2% stipend to our SPED teachers at a cost of $1.1 million. And again, I think that we've had some discussion around the difficulty of retaining our SPED educators. And high school nurse stipend at $41,000. And our total comp proposal then would come out at $54.26 million. Rob.
And I thought I'd add on there that those numbers were contingent on staffing levels staying the same. I had asked when the district proposed to find out, what were the thoughts of, what was going to happen with staffing.
And actually, I have that.
Oh, do you have
so
that?
Amanda just sent it, I think, to both of us. And
Okay.
so looking at that, the budgeted FDs for this year was, it looks like 4,892, and preliminary budgeted for next year are 4,867. So it looks like a drop of 30, roughly.
Drop of 30.
25, 30.
Which, again, in just from off the top of my head, I think a drop of 50 represents about a $5 million decrease in terms of the cost there.
So we'd be better able to afford this?
So what I'm saying is, with a drop of 30 employees, although it's sad to lose those employees, that money can then be dispersed among the employees who are left So that would actually reduce the cost of this proposal by about $3 million.
Fantastic. So that is our counter proposal for this year on our compensation, benefits, and some other additional stipends. I would have us move ahead to the next slide. Yes. Thank you. So also, I know we had discussed a multi-year agreement, and I know that some of that language is pending, but we would like to open that conversation around what that might look like. So if we were to agree to a 2-year agreement, and this is, again, something that other districts do, and I think it's a helpful thing for all involved, just in terms of consistency and for everybody being able to plan ahead, both for budgets and whether they can afford to stay in the district. So for the 25-26 school year, we would propose steps and lanes, and the COLA would be based upon the CPI used in the finance formula. We are also planning to bring to the table an MOU around benefits based on the percentage system that we would like to move to, and that might help to drive our RFP process, both for the software and for our benefits providers. So that will be forthcoming soon, I think maybe next Thursday. And I want to point out that as we're contemplating the numbers that we're looking at tonight, it does look like a large number. That being said, we heard that compensation was the number one priority for the district this year for all the reasons. And so I would ask us to look at the next slide, because we also took our proposal as is, and we placed us on this salaries comparison chart. And there's an asterisk next to Westminster because they've already settled. That's what they're going to be looking at for next year. And we put an asterisk next to ours because that would include our comp proposal as is, no changes for next year. The rest of these districts that you see, that is currently where they're at. And so where does this current comp proposal from Jcea put us right now? And, we would be about middle of the pack. So depending on the metric that you're looking at for starting salaries, that would bring us up to 57,000. We are by no means leading. We're fourth. If you look at middle of MA step 10, that puts us at 77,000, which is again middle of the road. I think that puts us at, again, this time third. And then ending salary at 114,000. We are, based on this, fifth. So even with this comp proposal, in terms of maintaining our competitiveness and attracting and retaining educators, this is where that puts us. So I just think that needs to be part of the conversation as well. Rob.
And I'll just add on there that the number does look bigger than the number that the district gave us. But as I tried to make clear in the presentation, last year's expenditures are way, way, way below the projected values for the Jcea bargaining unit. And if you take, that underspend basically from last year, what it comes down to is there was, again, a $25.4 million increase in cash on hand that's, sitting in the bank there because of that. And also just looking at from the state, these 2 years, this year and last year, the state has been paying off the budget stabilization factor. Well, if there's ever going to be a time to catch up and to try to get a competitive salary again, it would be now, when we're not only matching inflation at the state level, but we're also getting, this money that should have been coming all along, but is now coming in supplementing the normal increase that, the state provides. So to only shoot for, we're going to give the cost of living, if you subtract out the COLA, that's not going to get us competitive. Whereas, this is the chance when the state is providing a lot of money, when we had, a substantial underspend last year with, significant cash on hand, it appears, this is the time.
Yeah, if we're going to do it, now's the time. If not now, when? So with that, I know it's a lot to digest, but our team is open to any questions that you might have about our proposal.
I just have one quick question.
Sure.
I've I have many questions, but I have to digest a lot of it. On the proposal where you have benefits and the district picks up the increase, does that also mean that we maintain the what do we do, 539 right now? Thank you. The 579 per month so anybody who would be new to benefits?
It means you pay for all of the increase.
And when new people come in, they still get the 579, whatever it is.
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that wasn't and increase another $20 per month.
So if I'm understanding your question, so the amount that people would get per month to pay for their benefits, that would be what that number was.
Right.
And then whatever the additional increases in benefits cost, that would also be covered by the district for this year. That's the proposal.
Got it.
Sorry if that wasn't clear.
No, that's okay.
Michelle.
I just had one clarifying question. Sorry. Okay, here it is. When you said that there's an increase in administrative costs, you showed that graph where it showed. What falls under that? Like what's qualified under that umbrella of administrative costs?
So Rob, wait,
can you repeat that? Sorry, I was.
So when you showed the graph of what went towards JCEA, what went towards the administrative costs, or
it was slide 10.
Yeah, it's in the quarterly report. I basically just use the line item from the quarterly report.
Okay.
So it's what the district reported administrative costs were.
Okay, so
it's the line item on the quarterly report.
Is it the line item only related to FTE? Is that accurate, or is it any administrative cost? Like when you say general instruction isn't just teachers, it's also materials, supplies, resources, etc. But as you said, teachers are also in there. So I think Michelle's question is there anything else in administrative costs besides FTE that you're aware of?
I believe it spells it out in there.
Okay.
I have not, to be honest, I haven't really delved into exactly what's in the administrative one, but I believe it's either in the comprehensive report or in the quarterly report. It does detail what's in, just like it did with we showed all the things relating to the Jcea associated things. I believe the report also does that for the administrative. I just did not.
Yeah, and yeah, I appreciate that, and I'll. Who could?
Brenna.
Okay. And one of the reasons I ask is because one of the, oftentimes administrative assistants are part of that as well. So that's one of the reasons why I asked that question. So I'll take a look at it.
Beth?
Along with that,
they would probably be in that line item because they evaluate people and are considered administrators. And we're taken out of the JESPA bargaining unit.
Actually, I'm thinking about like my secretary who doesn't do that. But she's considered an administrative assistant. My secretary does not evaluate. That's a business manager would do that, which I don't have. So that's what I'm wondering. Thank you.
Along with that, you may not have the answer, but did that administrative line include grants and ESSER funds spending? You don't know.
But I didn't look in detail in terms of what was involved in that. But it's the line item it goes through the general instruction, special ed instruction, administrative. It's line items in the quarterly report.
Okay. Thanks.
Jennifer?
I'm just curious about how you chose the schools the districts that you chose for your comparison districts, because there's so many to choose from.
Because the districts around us, we did not include Jcea because they don't have a collective bargaining agreement. But other than that, we tried to pick the ones that are most like us.
And ones that are of similar size as us, that would have close to a similar amount of personnel and students, but also ones that we compete with. These are districts to whom we lose educators.
Quick question. One more quick question. On the compensation and benefits counter slide, there's a asterisk that says dependent on conversations with JESPA. And I assume that is only referring to the benefits, and then district picks up the increase, not referring to the SPED 191 day contract.
Correct.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure, because we had not calculated in any JESPA special educators, like para educators, into that figure.
I just want to put out in the room that it's really challenging for us to talk about benefits when our sister union is also trying to talk about benefits, and I guess this is an elephant. Their negotiations have been very challenging this year, and this is something that affects all of us. And we would love the opportunity to have those conversations together, since it affects all of us.
Any other questions from around the table on either the presentation or the proposal? We might want to come back with additional questions, if not today, then next week, just as we digest the information and, obviously take a look at our quarter 2 report and end of year projections as well. What do you think?
Well,
timing?
It might be a good time to break for dinner, but if dinner is here, I'm not sure if somebody can give me a thumbs up, or I'm not sure what's going on with that. If it is, then that might be a great time for us to take a break, because I know that was a lot of information.
It was indeed. We also have 11. If you want to have 11 for dinner, if you want to eat 11 for dinner, there's like 2 very brief changes that we could give to you, so you could discuss it over dinner if you'd like.
Okay, so it looks like 5 minutes out, so let's go ahead and do 11 then. So fantastic, thank you. And I would like to thank our guests for coming to the table to share their stories. We really appreciate
thank you very much. All right, so Beth is going to present the minor changes that we would like to propose to 11. Jennifer is going to has already put that in the agenda, and I will present it. Oh, good. That's good, because I don't have it pulled up. Okay. All right, Beth, whenever you're ready.
All right. We can scroll down to 11.6. We've accepted the language of good faith effort to attempt to consult with the educator. After reading it a few times, we did change it to active voice, just a grammar adaptation there. Good job. So we think you'll be fine with that, but take a look. And then going down to 11.8, we just offer a slight adjustment to the sentence that was added, the last sentence there. Educators may supplement core curriculum resources in order to ensure all students may attain mastery of grade level expectations and standards. Just thought that was a little bit clearer instead of starting it with should be able to. Sometimes might be not as direct and clear there. Going down to 11.8.2, we accepted the language. The district's teaching and learning department will work with Jcea to invite educators to serve on these committees. And going down to 11.923, the chief academic officer will utilize input from curriculum resource adoption committees. We accepted that include classroom educators when determining implementation timelines. Any questions? Richard.
I'm going to be the one that I just want to that delays us to go have dinner. So I'm sorry for your gurgling stomachs. It's just been something that's been on my mind when it comes to 11.8. And I think that this is, I don't know, I feel like this last little bit here. So may supplement core curriculum resources in order to ensure all students may attain mastery level of grade level expectation and / standards. So if I'm a math teacher and we're doing IM, but then I don't do IM for a couple lessons, I'm not going to get a knock on my door, and I'm not going to get in trouble or be fearful of not using IM. Am I reading that correctly?
So each educator is responsible for implementing the units of instruction of IM, because we don't want that. I think you weren't here last time. We talked a little bit about how we don't want the next teacher to have to start the year covering the previous year's material, right? And we want to give teachers to know that they have the agency to supplement and customize lessons to increase engagement and meet the learning needs of their students.
I'm going to sleep a little bit easier because that is a very clear answer for me right now. So thank you for that.
Any other questions?
Seeing none, I think we will look at this over dinner, and we may be able to come back and discuss that then directly after. That sounds good to everybody. Rob?
I don't have a question. I just have an answer that to your question. It's on page 41 of the quarterly report. In terms of general administration, there is a breakdown of what's in there exactly. Going back to that question. So page 41 of the quarterly report.
Thank you.
Oh, all right. So we would give you 9, but that'll take a little bit longer just because it's a lot of colors of language. And so if dinner is here, we can go ahead and break, and we should be able to come back together around 6:50. Does that sound good?
Dinner's here, yes. Ready to go?
All right.
Yep.
And thank you again for coming. If anyone is heading home, we appreciate you, and drive safely. Good evening, everyone, and welcome back. We apologize for the slight delay. We want to thank Monica and the team of district nurses and school nurses who have provided tonight's dinner from Garbanzo. It was amazing. And really amazing Rice Krispie treats and cookies. So thank you so much. And gluten-free cookies. It was a very gluten-friendly, vegetarian-friendly dinner. So thank you. We appreciate you. We will be moving on. We're going to switch Article 9 and Article 25. We have guests here this evening who will be supporting our presentation. This is Margaret Huffman. I'll let her tell you who she is and what she does. And we also have district nurses in the audience, and we want to be able to allow all these people to go home before 9 o'clock if they are able. So Margaret, will you introduce yourself and your title?
I'm the Director of Health Services. Been here 2.5 years after starting out in Boulder as a school nurse. Hi, Steve. Our paths have crossed. And then I was at State Health. I was with the Jefferson County Public Health Department and have been back in school health here. And I'm proud to be here. And I have an amazing team of nurses. And I also have 2 exceptional coordinators of health services who are behind me, Tanya Weaver and Tammy Jeffrey. So I'm appreciative of our staff who's here tonight.
Sorry, that was me. Apologies. Sorry, Lisa, I couldn't let you in, and now you're coming in. Okay. When I close my computer, it kicks me off of the Teams meeting. So I'm going to go ahead and share our screen, and Jennifer is putting 25 in for you if she hasn't already done so. 25 is our where am I at? Our article on school nurses. And so Margaret is here to provide context. So if Margaret and I go back and forth, that is why. And to, of course, answer any questions that the bargaining table team might have. So here we go. In 25.1, at the very end, we have added a just a statement of the what the Health Services Department and team does. Jeffco Public Schools Department of Health Services and its nurses utilize a consultative model approach to providing care. Down below in 25-5, we have struck that language to further define it later on in this article. In 25-6, 6-3, you have requested to us to add or 2 nurses. We are fine with that change to the committee that reviews all the things.
Yes, we have an excellent collaborative committee, and we do find that having some additional voices at the table really enriches our work.
Thank you. In 25-6-6, one of the bullet points listed there, you crossed out the word caseloads and used the word workloads. We agree that that is the appropriate term, and we did include the words outlined in this article. Down below, under schedule, you proposed a lot of minor changes to the definition of the work week, and so we have agreed to those changes. We also, in the 3rd or 4th sentence down, knowing nurses do not have daily planning periods, are available, we agreed to that, at all times during the school day, and do not routinely have duty-free lunch periods. They may have flexibility in their hours. So we just took out the word nurses. It was very redundant. And then agreed to that last sentence regarding lunch as part of the 40-hour work week as described in Article 5 as well. We crossed out, you crossed this out. We agreed to it at the beginning of the school year. In 25-7-2, we've simply added the statement, at the discretion of the director, nurses may choose to work up to an additional 10 business days prior to the start of the educator contract year. We agreed to all of that. Margaret, did you want to add anything around that?
No, thank you very much. This is at director discretion so as to assure fiscal responsibility for our department. And it's something that our department does value and support, and it's important for retention and recruitment of staff.
Thank you. In 25-7-3, we have proposed crossing out the first statement and further clarifying it with the replacement statement. The health services model assumes the role of the high school and site-based nurse is consultative, similar to the first sentence we added in up above. As such, they will need time off for collaboration with peers, district meetings, training, and other assigned responsibilities. So we agreed to a lot of what you said and added in a few things. Anything you'd add, Margaret?
No, just to clarify that the scope of practice for high school nurses and other site-based nurses is consultative in alignment with our itinerant nursing staff.
Thank you. In 25.8.1, we have added in or changed the term from acuity level to acuity metrics. This is the system, and that is what it's called.
Correct. We have implemented an acuity metric tool that helps us align how we determine an equitable assignment that's based on the acuity level of the schools.
And same thing for 25.8.2. We have added in a sentence that states nurses will complete the acuity metric tool documentation throughout the school year in order to collect data to focus on school workload measures. So we crossed out the statement around be sent a yearly work assignment preference survey because it is the acuity metric tool and the documentation in that tool that helps to determine the following year's workload. We've agreed to all of the changes that you've suggested in 28.3. We changed one word from should be to are. We also added in social detriments of health.
Social determinants.
Oh, thank you. Determinants.
That's fine. Yes, I think the original language just said social determinants, and we clarified that we meant of health.
Thank you. And thank you for helping me with all my letters. We, of course, changed levels to metrics in this part as well. And down below, we added in to the statement development of equitable staffing and workload models. In 25.8.4, resource nurses for various specialty areas and nurses on special assignment, we agreed to that language you proposed, will be identified and assigned based on departmental need. Resource nurses and nurses on special assignment, which may include diabetes, concussion/brain steps, Section 504, and CPR/first aid, we did accept that change, will be housed centrally as a resource for the entire district. Team leads are nurses on special assignment and are housed at regional offices throughout the district. Anything you'd add to that section, Margaret?
No, I'm glad that we were able to clarify about the team leads. We do have a regional model so that helps to reinforce our sense of belonging together as a team, but in our regional offices as well as throughout the department.
Nice, thank you. We agreed to your strike of 25.8.5 and a rewrite. We agreed to part of it and added a little bit. Nurses who accept specific duties outside of an assigned school will have those duties considered in the evaluation of nurse performance. Other duties may include, but are not limited to, supporting as subject matter experts, participating in committees and work groups, teaching classes. We did cross out website management, Schoology, hearing and vision, immunizations, and other opportunities that arise. Anything you would clarify in there?
No, just to say that what we had crossed out are actually captured as the subject matter experts. So, for example, Schoology is a person with subject matter expertise in Schoology, so it was kind of redundant to call them out.
Perfect. In 25.8.6, we have struck that language. Margaret, I know why, but can you speak to why we chose to strike that?
Yeah, our current practice in health services, which is addressed above, the roles have emerged from work in our nurse collaboration committee conversations over the last year and a half and have resulted in improved fiscal responsibility in the department. And therefore, we are striking 25.8.6 as this is not how our department is structured. Such a change in structure would be addressed if this happened in the future through an MOU at that time. But our structure has completely changed with all the partnership and work that we've done in our collaboration committee.
Thank you. In 25.9, we have added a sentence onto 25.9.1. Nurses who provide on-call coverage for a colleague will receive compensation as outlined in departmental on-call policy at director discretion. We did return to current language in 25.9.2. Nurses who cover for a colleague, including direct service nurses, who are out for a short-term 1 to 5 days absence will be paid the daily substitute pay in addition to their regular pay for any portion of the absent nurse's assignment. And so that language we feel covers the coverage pay scale that you had entered into that previously. Anything you'd add to that?
No, just to clarify that the sub-pay language and our on-call policy is a project being completed in partnership with our collaboration committee.
Can I just add something really quickly for clarification? Because we were returning it to original language, we made it red. And we also have added including direct service nurses, and we
made that even more red.
So I bolded it so that you would know that that's additional language in addition to the original language.
Thank you. In 2593, we've added in a new section related to resource nurse floats. May cover up to 2 full assignments prior to receiving additional pay. Team leads cover individual schools on a short-term basis per position description without receiving additional pay. Nurses may be asked to cover for a portion of an absent colleague's assignment or a vacant position for longer than 5 workdays and will receive 1/6 pay in addition to their regular pay for the duration of the coverage. In addition, nurses who provide on-call coverage for a colleague will receive compensation outlined in departmental on-call policy. Anything you'd add to that one, Margaret?
No, just to update. This is all updated to align with our current health services practices.
Thank you. For additional duties pay, we just added into the activities including but not limited to, we added in mentoring charter school nurses. In 2510.3, per the job description, team leads provide mentorship for newly hired district nurses. Nurses on special assignment asked to provide mentorship for a newly hired nurse and who satisfactorily complete the mentoring duties outlined by the Department of Health Services will receive additional pay consisting of 20 hours per month paid at the individual's per diem rate for 4 months. In 2510.4, we've agreed to partial and added a couple of things. Nurses who perform duties outside of their contracted 185 days and have director approval will be paid their contracted per diem rate, including but not limited to summer school, ESY, and J-Reads, which is replacing Jcea, Jeffco Reads. And then we have crossed out the annual stipends statement there. Margaret, anything for 2510.3, 4, or 5?
No, our conversations around the annual stipends is related to equity of the positions and the fact that all of our nurses do operate on a consultative model, do have health aides at their schools, and we felt it was a scope of practice conversation that we needed to have. We have also just currently completed an over 100-page compendium that is our entire scope of practice for the district. It's a very thorough and detailed document that outlines what we do and how we do it. It's meant to be a living document, and that addresses all of the pieces that affect how we do the work, whether you're in a site-based location or whether you're itinerant.
Thank you. Sounds very similar to the coach and activities handbook, only probably longer. In 2512.1, we've added in under their Department of Regulatory Affairs registered nurse licenses, just for clarification. And under nurse orientation, 2513.2, we've agreed to much of your language and added in at the second half, new nurses will have 3 years to obtain their SSP license, which includes but is not limited to participation in all of the things listed and mandatory district training. We did take out nurses who do not obtain their SSP in a timely fashion are subject to dismissal. Although I suppose that's a possibility. I feel like a conversation will likely happen prior to that with Margaret or Tanya or Tammy or somebody else who's supervising them to ensure that that is being met, similar to the DTL certificate. We did on Article 2514, we crossed that out because we feel as though all evaluation processes as it pertains to educators and protocols for them are outlined clearly in Article 7, and everything that was written here really is addressed in Article 7. And then in 2514, we crossed that out because we felt it was addressed in 2510. All right, before we open it up to questions, Margaret, is there anything else you'd like to add?
No, I'm interested to hear what your questions might be.
All right, what questions might... Please know that there are very few subject matter experts at the table, so they might not have as in-depth questions unless they get a message. Brooke?
Okay, in 25-8-2. And I'm scrolling there too as well.
Race, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Can you tell me what does complete the acuity metric tool throughout the school year mean, and how often is throughout?
Sure. What we did last year when we started this process was in the spring, it was rolled out, and we did the acuity metric tool at that time. And it measures how much time they spend doing an IEP, doing 504s, delegating, all the routine work of a school nurse, what part of their day is spent on that. We dove in really deep recently just to really complete how much time that is, so that we felt like we were accurate in how much time does it actually take to work on an IEP. Is it 30 minutes? Is it 2 hours? And what is it across the average? So we asked of that to be done in February this year. We would like to capture that time again in the spring and the fall, because the start of the school year is so different than February. So we want to make sure that what we capture when we do that is giving us the full picture throughout a whole school year of what the load is at a particular school.
Okay. So I know you reference the handbook quite frequently in when you were talking about like being on call. But I just want to make sure that we understand that any kind of compensation needs to be bargained. So we want to make sure that that's outlined within our contract.
I think what we were feeling with that one is that there are still some HR definitions, and what wasn't ready to be in here, and we put it in later as an MOU as that gets developed, because we still do have some T's to cross and I's to dot to get that whole policy developed with our collab team. So it's under construction.
Right, but any kind of compensation or benefits still needs to be bargained here. So I just want to make sure that we're not just putting it away in a handbook and then...
Oh, no, we want to be able to support that. If someone is taking call, they receive X amount of dollars up to 2 hours, or up to the time that they may be responding and physically going to a building, and then at that point reverting over to their sub pay. Okay. Because we want to make sure that, yes, they are being compensated appropriately for what the work is that they're being asked to do.
Okay. I'm just trying to find the piece where it had to do with the CDPHE and the Medicaid piece that was crossed out. Not sure what number that is. Let's see here.
I know what you mean, Brooke.
I think it was up here in 25-8-6, right? Is that right? No. Changes, but CDE, HCPF, is that it?
It had to do with unfunded mandates that we receive. Is that the one that you're referring
to? I think it's 25-8-6. Mm-hmm. So changes in, but not limited to, district CDE, HCPF state. Can you please explain why you crossed that out again?
That was under legal advisement that it would interfere with the district's managerial discretion.
Can you tell me a little bit more about that? I mean, sometimes when lawyers get involved, it gets a little bit messy, but...
Right. Legal counsel advised that be struck, which actually I want to make sure that we're covered for anything that comes across that is an unfunded mandate. All of a sudden we hear that we are now mentoring charter school nurses. We had no idea. We want to make sure that we're covering that and compensating appropriately. That is actually something that we take on as management to assure that it is done, and we also assure that our staff is paid appropriately for doing that. That's our discretion. That's what we do as management.
Okay.
But you're still not open to collaboratively creating a staffing matrix?
Oh, obviously we are. We've been doing that all along with our collab committee. We would definitely be taking this to them, and anything that would come of that, we develop work groups around that. And it's not only the nurses who sit on collab who participate in work groups. We open that up to any of the nurses in the district who have an interest in that area and have some expertise, so that we can come up with a policy in our department that addresses the needs and wants, safety of students, and protects our staff.
Okay. You have a few nurses here in the room, and I'm not a nurse, and I'm not going to pretend to be. Is there anybody that would like to come to the table and ask any clarifying questions? Because, okay. You can have my mic.
Can we go to 2592? So you guys took that back to original language, is that correct?
That is correct. Except for that one the bolded red says including direct service nurses.
So the reason that we had originally changed the language on this was because it was our understanding that this coverage piece was kind of blowing the budget out of the water. And so what we wanted to do was right size that, because nurses, we're not like teachers. You know, if we're covering for a colleague, we might be, because we are consultative, we might be just taking phone calls. I might be at one school and a health aide from a colleague's assignment is calling, and so I am doing on-call work. But the way that this language is phrased is I'm getting paid a full day of substitute pay, when maybe that consultative phone call that I'm taking with the health aide only takes 10 minutes out of my day. And so before we had team leads, we were covering assignments at at the subpay rate, and maybe, we only got one or two calls that day. So we were just trying to right size that. If you want to go back to original language.
So, Monica, are you saying that when you cover for a colleague, let's say a nurse is out at Green Mountain Elementary, even though it's not open anymore, we'll just use that as an example. You're saying that if Green Mountain Elementary called you that day with a question, you would be paid to cover that clinic aide absence, or the area nurse that's covering that school. You'd be paid to cover that only because you received one phone call. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and most of the time we received 0 phone calls and we still got $160 per day. Oh. So us as nurses were trying to be fiscally responsible with our responsibilities, saying that we didn't really earn that money and we were trying to put it into a different coverage model for that. If that makes sense.
Thank you. That's helpful clarification for me. I had no idea.
And what does get confusing is that now that we have our team lead model and we do have resource float staff, we have not had to tap into that to a savings of about $100,000 over the last year. And so in writing that, it was just in case team leads went away, because they're new for this year and resource nurses are new within the last 2 years. Like if that job position went away, we would have a backup plan for how nurses would be paid. So it's not really something that's going to be in use with the team lead model. But the way we suggested it would save the district or health services money. And I think our thought on that was, if that happens from our restructure of using team leads and resources, we would address it with an MOU at that time. with the language that was proposed.
One moment.
Go to 2585, please. Okay, can you clarify or explain crossing out being a subject matter expert or other duties, crossing out being part of their assignment and just saying they're part of our yearly evaluation?
Correct, because when we are looking at the acuity metric tool, that is around a school assignment, and the acuity of a school assignment is what an assignment is based on. And when you receive when you do over and beyond with subject matter expertise, that's taken into account in your nurse performance and not in the acuity of your assignment. They're two separate things.
So how would subject matter experts be factored into like our 40-hour work week for like Schoology, which might take like 15 hours per week, or hearing and vision, organizing that? How would that be taken into account for equitable assignments?
That's all part of the measurement, that there is a number assigned to that when we're looking at each nurse. So it does get factored in, but it's not part of the school assignment.
So would it be a part of the overall assignment? So if our number is like 40, would like Schoology be like 10?
Yes.
And
Yes.
Okay, so it would still be part of like the total number. Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah, because it's important. We rely on that.
You feel like you're speaking another language at this point.
We're talking to our virtual attendees. I'd like to go back to coverage. So I'd like to go back to 2593. And I wanted to look at, did that go back to original language as well?
I can pull it up. I got there first. Original language says, nurses who cover for any portion of an absent colleague's assignment or a vacant position for longer than 5 work days will receive 1/6 pay in addition to their regular pay for the duration of the coverage. That is not what that says. Oh, that's what the second half says. The first half adds in the resource nurse floats. Yes, that part that Anna just highlighted is original. Will receive 1/6 pay in addition to their regular pay for the duration of the coverage.
So this was the back half of 2592 when this language was originally put in there. We made covering for short term more expensive than covering for long term assignments. When, as we explained earlier, covering for a short term absence might just be taking some phone calls from someone else's school, where covering for a long-term assignment was going to IEP meetings, writing up health assessments from IEPs, delegating health plans, so all of that. So there's a lot more work in a long-term coverage. Now, this was the first time we had written a nurse article, so we didn't know what we were doing, and no one knew how to help us. I mean, no, that's not true. Lots of people helped us, and also we were looking very much through a teacher's lens. How does a teacher get paid if they're covering for an assignment? So we took that teacher language, which is where the 1/6 comes from. So if you think about it in like terms of like a high school, like secondary, if I cover one of Stephanie's classes, I'm only covering 1/6 of her class, correct? Per day, right?
Right.
So, but if Stephanie's gone for a full day, I'm covering, not that I would be able to cover that many classes, but I would be covering her for a full day. So the 1/6 pay for covering a nurse's assignment isn't a real make sense way to do that, but it was the only language we had at the time. And so we're just trying to find a reasonable way to compensate nurses for covering a colleague's assignment.
So,
and
when a teacher takes on an extra class, like in a secondary school, right? So let's say they teach 6 out of 8. If they teach 7 out of 8, they get an extra 1/6 pay. And so I feel like that's comparable to because this is a long-term assignment, you're basically taking on additional workload. And that's why it's like 1/6 pay of your salary. 1/6 additional. Is that how everyone else is reading it? For the time that you're doing it?
Can't hear
I
you.
thought I had a loud enough voice. When a teacher covers for like, there's no sub that day, so they just go in for that class. They're only getting a sub hourly rate. The 1/6 pay is when they're teaching an extra class, like all semester. So I think what they're saying is, as we're comparing oranges to kumquats here, we're saying that if you're covering for an absent colleague for an extended period of time, that's like a teacher teaching an extra class for a quarter or a semester or what have you. So that's I don't know that 1/6 is the right magic number, but that's what we've had for years for teachers. So that's how it ended up here.
And it might be that way if nurses had 6 schools, but we only have 3, so.
But you're still taking on someone else's duties. So when we take on someone else's duties, we get 1/6 pay. So I know that it's not comparable to like 6 schools. And even like even if I teach 5 classes and I've got to cover for someone all year long or a semester, then I get 1/6 pay just because I'm having to do an additional class or 2 or whatever, right? So it's really just about the meetings that you're attending, the extra paperwork. It's all your additional hours. So it's not really about covering 6 schools. It's just about your full-time FTE, really, basically.
So when we had calculated it before, we had decided that it was switched. We were getting paid $160 for short-term coverage and $54 per day for long-term coverage. And we were doing nothing for short-term and everything for long-term, if that makes sense.
Right, and which has all been right-sized with the implementation of the team leads who are doing the short-term now, and our resource floats are doing the long-term.
So the language that you added is that the floats can cover up to two full assignments. So if there's more than 2 to 4 people out, then what happens as far as coverage for long-term?
So that can go back to looking at other resource nurses who may have an opportunity to get in to help cover if that gets to be the case. We have not had that happen, and we've not had it happen because we have such exceptional floats who can really manage this very well, who may be able to work with their team leads on if it's just a Friday that they need some extra coverage, which we've run into several times this year. We've been able to spread that out between team leads to cover those calls and to cover a one-off situation.
Do you not have a shortage of nurses?
We have been pretty close to fully staffed.
Nice. For some reason, I had a perception in my mind that you did. So
Well, we did. We had a 30% turnover between 2021 and 2022. No, in the summer of 2022, we had 30%. That was right after the pandemic. Last year, we had 3%, and it'll be about 3% this year.
Nice.
So in the savings that you're getting from the short term, and because your nurses are so fiscally responsible, I would like to make sure that we consider recognizing them because they also have their own national board certification for registered nurses. And so when we talk about Article 17, I just want to make sure that we're thinking about that as well.
Yeah, I'll echo what Margaret was saying. We've been very fortunate, and I think we've done some great things in our departments. We've been very fortunate to not have the turnover we had before, but I think that it might be important to reconsider our short-term and long-term coverage in the event that we have 13 openings all at the same time and everyone is being asked to mentor someone, cover a school. So I think it's an important thing to correct before we end up in a position where we need to look at the coverage because we don't have enough team leads or floats to cover.
Thank you. Any other questions that y'all found? While they look, I just want to acknowledge and appreciate the subject matter expertise in the room because the rest of us are like, okay, you guys go ahead. We'll help on the back end.
I don't think we have any other comments or questions at this time.
All right. Thank you all again for being here with us this evening. We appreciate you. And we will continue moving along. And please know that if you exit, we will not be offended. Of course. Thank you for waiting a little extra time. And we will move on to Article 9 if everyone okay? Everyone still with us? Just checking. Okay. Jennifer's going to drop Article 9 in there. And I am going to switch screens. Hopefully I have the right Article 9. I think there's only one. All right.
Thank you.
All right. Article 9 is our Student Discipline and Educator Assistance article. It is now linked in there for you. We have already agreed in prior versions, this is our Delta version, to these crossouts. One was moved and you had agreed to the move, I believe. In 9143, we've made some additions and also agreed to some of the things you proposed. It now reads, students may have a plan to support their behavioral needs, i.e. safety plan, behavior support plan, or a behavior intervention plan, etc. Behavior intervention plan, etc. There are a lot of different kinds of plans and they're all called different things. So we just listed some of those plans as they currently exist, knowing that there may be other plans that are replaced, developed, etc. Developed to support positive behavior. Educators who interact with students who need behavior plans will be advised of the plans and the expectations of staff to support students who should participate in the development of these plans. We agreed to your crossout of when they're manifesting in the classroom. Educators and administrators are expected to adhere to and implement these plans with fidelity and document progress in order to make data-based decisions around the success or need to change identified interventions. This was here, this support positive behavior interventions, and it sounded weird, and so I noticed that it was also up here, support positive behavior, and so we had agreed to this word last time, and so I didn't want to completely take it out, but it didn't make sense anymore the way it was rewritten. But I wanted to leave it so you knew that it was still up for consideration. In 916, this might be the messiest article we've come across. So I have rewritten the entire article down below. This is not an addition. It is a clean rewrite. But I am going to read it from the craziness. So here's what it says. The district will collaboratively develop best practices and protocols for how to address student behavior within the District Prevention and Intervention, or P&I, manual. The District P&I manual will be reviewed annually with a committee of educators and administrators representing all levels. Schools will be responsible for selecting and implementing tiered prevention, intervention, and disciplinary strategies from the District P&I manual. The District P&I manual will include tiered options for evidence-based resources, such as the Student Discipline Matrix with examples of discipline infractions, PBIS resources, restorative practices, school board policy, Colorado law, and other relevant information. The school's collaborative structure will address how these selected resources and district protocols will be implemented consistently and equitably using data and evidence-based practices to mitigate implicit or explicit bias. Pursuant to Article 10, the responsibilities of the PBST include regularly reviewing student social, emotional, behavioral, and discipline data in order to improve student outcomes. The PBST may also review staff and student climate and culture surveys in order to plan for improvement. How's that for reading between all the lines and crossouts? And it is all cleanly rewritten down below, so you can read it a little easier. In 9161, we've agreed to much of what you've stated and have added in a couple of minor things, except for one semi-major change. Before the Student Contact Day, educators will be provided training on the prevention, intervention, and disciplinary processes from the District Prevention and Intervention Manual. Educators will receive ongoing professional learning at least, and we put in twice per year. The reason we changed that from 4 times per year is we do believe some schools may need retraining 4 times a year. Some schools might not. So we like the word at least and want to allow the PBST teams to guide their and the teachers within the school to guide their administration and PBST educators to determine how often they need their training. Maybe they need it 3, maybe they need it 6. You never know. Maybe they need it every month. In order to support students' behavioral needs, such as positive classroom behavior support, social emotional learning, or SEL, positive behavior interventions and supports, PBIS, restorative practices, trauma-informed care, and de-escalation training. All staff members responsible for facilitating formal restorative conferences and developing behavior support plans will receive the appropriate training by district personnel in order to ensure consistency of practice. And we agreed to that last statement. Anyone who responds to disruptive, dangerous, or defiant behavior will attend a training to assist in the development of systemic response protocols. We currently have a training called CPI, Crisis Prevention Intervention. However, other trainings in the future may also address this need that are being developed or may be adopted. Students and parents will be informed of the school and district-wide expectations in the first month of school. We agreed to that. We added one little addition onto 9163. All school employees will follow the tiered prevention, intervention, and disciplinary strategies selected from the District Prevention and Intervention Manual. Just so that I answer the question now before I get it, the word selected is very intentional. So there are some schools, a secondary school might want to select specific interventions and practices. Another school, an elementary school, for example, might want to select other interventions and practices. Everything that's in the P&I manual is intended to be useful and accessible, hopefully regardless of level. However, we all know that sometimes restorative practices don't work with all kids, or don't work at all levels, or don't work if it's not implemented with fidelity, or if there are not restorative circles, something like that. And so we have used the term selected from very specifically to allow schools to still maintain that flexibility of doing what's best for their students in the moment in their communities and their schools. We agreed everything in 9164 is agreed to now. 9165 you had agreed to. 917 you had agreed to. We agreed to 922. That last sentence, we did modify that slightly. We said, if an educator spends time above the 40-hour work week repairing their classroom, they may request compensation for their time per 1710-4. And then on 923, we returned that to original language. And so it now reads, the district will consider reimbursement requests submitted by the employee for all or a portion of out-of-pocket expenses. That's around being charged with a crime. The reason we return that to original language of consider is because every single situation is different and must be treated differently. So unfortunately, at this time, those have to be addressed on a case-by-case basis. We can't do a sweeping statement of honoring all reimbursement requests simply because we don't know if we're going to be able to do that or not. That is it. Christine?
Okay. As we were sitting here and going over this, an educator texted me, does the district have a P&I manual right now? Yes.
Yes. I have links.
Where would they find it?
Maybe on the handy A to Z index. I don't know. Every time I look at the A to Z index, I look for a word that I think, this is where it's going to be. If I look for E, evaluations.
I know it's not right. No.
So you would think it would be under P. Who can find it the fastest? This is our new game. Maybe. I'm on it. Good question. We will find that path for you. Stephanie?
Since we're looking for the handy dandy district P&I manual, I think when we were looking for this, we really were looking for those, and we discussed this last time about those like minimum behavioral expectations that we are going to hold all students accountable to, that we can then tighten up as needed in different schools. What I'm hearing is that we can select practices, but that still requires the schools to create it on their own. And we know all schools are extremely busy. And I think we talked about last time that we might use said amazing manual, and then we're just copying and pasting it. So, which we want to avoid because then it's not a helpful document. So, is that in the new P&I district P&I manual? Does it have some of those tights?
If we're talking about things like no cell phones in any building across Jeffco, no. We still use the Code of Conduct and the Family Handbook. Those are things that exist in conjunction with the Prevention and Intervention Manual. And so we're not looking to copy and paste those documents into the P&I manual, but reference them. So there are some tights inside of there. The P&I manual, I would say, is more to Ryan's point last week, who spoke. It is very philosophical at the beginning, but then also is a lot about the response and the preventative side of behavior occurring, is how I understand. Christine? Sorry, I was seeing if anybody else had theirs.
Yeah, like basically, to expand on what Stephanie said, and this is like, we're probably not going to solve this in this thing, but some schools have their P&I manual, or in this case, moving forward, will have selected things that will work great for them and they're moving forward. And then some schools have nothing. So it's really hard to tell students what the expectations are when there's none. So can we find a way to help identify those schools before they call me and help them so that way not so much of this is like them feeling like they have no resources and they're starting from square one?
Yes. So even two things. First of all, Gretchen is doing her best to get everybody trained as fast as she can, and she wants to get them all trained. And when we talk about that beginning of year professional learning, our expectation is that that would be consistent. And it would be something that Gretchen and team would provide to schools to say, these are the resources inside of the prevention and intervention manual. This is how we are going to use them at Swanson Elementary, Arvada High School, and Bell Middle School. And so we would have like a shell of slides, if you will, or even scenarios type thing that we would ask each school to walk their educators through. We wouldn't leave you on your own, we promise. And I did verify that today. Michelle?
I just have a clarifying question, and it maybe has already been answered, but I'm just looking at 916, and it's talking about the collaboratively develop the student behavior responses within the blah, blah, blah. And it says with the committee of educators and administrators representing all levels. So is this a committee that already exists?
So what a committee already created it. They already collaboratively developed it. What I added in is that it would be reviewed annually. So now that it is already created and in place, we would want to have a committee that is cross-curricular, cross-school, cross-level, educators and administrators. And we would want that potentially to rotate each year so that different perspectives could be gained.
Okay. And do they also look at the discipline matrix? Is that the group that looks at that?
That is part of the P&I manual, so I would expect that would be a full review.
Because it might be helpful, it sounds like, if we could, like if they needed to get feedback from people on what's working or not, it might be helpful to maybe either know who's on that committee.
Right. Especially in reference to what Ryan had referred to last week about broken links, or reference to a practice that I think none of us at this table would agree is a good practice for a student who is misbehaving to have them take over a classroom. I do understand that might be part of the restorative practices document that we don't have control over. Like that's not, we didn't create that document, but I'm hoping that's not our document. So.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. I see no other name tags up. All right. So if everyone is okay with it, we will move right along to JCEA has Article 12, 15, and 16. Is everyone okay? Do we need a 5-minute, or is everyone good? All right. All right. We're going to keep rolling. We have an hour and 5 minutes left, and we are going to get through these 3. Who am I turning it over to?
12. I think I'm going to walk us through this, and Christine is going to put the stuff where it needs to go, but I'm going to share my screen so that I can move it as I need to, if I can figure out how to share my screen. Oh, I'm in the meeting. I just don't know where the button is. Where is the button for share? Oh, there it is. I'm so used to Zoom. There we go. All right. I'm going to make it a little bigger. Is that too big? No. Yeah, it is too big. Sorry. Okay. So I didn't highlight 12-1 like yet, but I was a little confused when this was presented by the district because this was crossed out, and I believe the comment was, this isn't our current practice. But this paragraph is a direct quote from Senate Bill 191. And so I'm not quite sure why it isn't current practice. I mean, I'm okay with it not being in here. It's just, a quote from the law, but that's a question I had about that. Okay, 12-1, the word central is in there in blue, school communities and central departments. The rest of this is all already accepted. 12-1-2 was our proposal before. The district struck it, and we have put it back. The comment when this was presented from the district was that we wouldn't do this. And that's wonderful, but we think you should then be willing to write it down because, as we've learned through hard experience, leaders change, and new leaders sometimes want to do something different. So we put this back. I mean, if it needs to be wordsmithed, fine, but we really think it's important that we have an agreement about when we do hire contracted people. 12-1-2 is all okay. 12-1-3, I just added the word hiring managers, comma, at the school level, usually the principal, which I think is accurate. And the reason I added that is when teachers open this up and look at it, they're going to go, hiring manager? Who's that? So I just wanted to clarify that it is usually the principal at the school level. And then the district struck positions will be advertised, etc. So I'm taking a second run at this with a little different language. Human resources will advertise jobs in a manner to attract the most diverse hiring pool possible. And then the rest of this has all been accepted. If I forget anything, somebody stop me. All right, 12-1-8. I struck when appropriate and applicable because I thought that was pretty vague. So I changed it to the selection committee for central-based administrators who supervise departments with TOSAs will include at least one educator from that department. So clarify that it's not, a department that doesn't have any TOSAs in it. The rest, okay, this has all been accepted. Well, I put some of the things you struck in 12-3 or 12-3-2. I moved, so I want to talk about that in a second. This has all been accepted. All right, 12-4-3. Displaced educators at the district level will be identified according to the qualifications required for their position. That was your wording, but I moved it. Within the department team with which they are assigned, I put back in some of our language after collaborative budget and staffing discussions to address the needs of schools and district programs. We feel that district departments with TOSAs should have parallel processes to schools as outlined in Article 10. And in Article 10, the OLT is supposed to review the budget and make recommendations for staffing changes based on the budget. And we feel that the TOSAs should be involved in that discussion as well in their departments because they may know things or have thoughts about things that their manager may not. And then I crossed out when appropriate and said the JCE district established baseline displacement rubric will be used. And I want to clarify, if someone at the district level, we have that language according to the qualifications required for their position, which we're fine with. That was your original language. If there's only one person in the department and the qualifications required for their position have changed, then that person's going to be displaced. You don't need the rubric, but otherwise, we think that the rubric should be used just like in schools. And this stuff is all accepted. 12-4-8 added the phrase, and generally helping them navigate the process. I understand that in a normal year when we're not closing schools, there really aren't that many people that are displaced when you look at the grand scheme of things. But I just can't emphasize enough how if you are displaced, it is an earthquake in your life. And I just can't emphasize enough how much displaced teachers need to feel taken care of by HR. And to be honest, they frequently do not feel like they're being taken care of. So I just want to encourage as much as possible for some professional hand-holding through this process, because it really is tough. And I understand we've lost did we lose the whole stream? Okay. Well, then I'll keep talking. Okay, 12.4, and I said X because I hate renumbering all these things until we're done. Up above, you had struck some of this language, but I believe this is current practice, and I think it needs to be acknowledged in the language. School-based positions, which are frequently split between schools, such as digital teacher librarians, social emotional learning specialists, and SPED learning specialists, will also be paired by human resources when necessary. Positions which are increased to full-time by the school and then reduced in a later year will also be repaired. Sometimes schools will buy up a position that's normally half-time. If in a couple of years,
conference ID followed by the pound or hash key.
That's okay. If the school has to reduce it again, that person, I just want to call out that's not really, that person should be repaired, basically. And then in 12.4.15, we had language about geographic location, and I think you all made a very good point that may not be the salient issue for an individual. So it just says human resources will collaborate with the educator to find a mutually agreeable position when possible. I realize it's not always possible. I do believe HR does this anyway. They will ask someone that has been displaced and being placed in a one-year position. They will ask them questions. What would you prefer? But it doesn't. It's a when possible thing. Okay, in this next section right here, I didn't understand this, so that's what this little comment over here. I highlighted it in blue because I didn't want to forget to talk about it. So this is after displacement. Human resources will monitor openings, and if a position becomes available for which the displaced educator in an ongoing position is qualified, will offer the position to the displaced educator. I didn't understand in an ongoing position, because if you've interviewed in April and gotten another job, I believe HR will come back to you and say, hey, your old school has an opening now that we can put you in, and give them the opportunity to say yes or no. But I believe the practice is also, if a displaced educator has been placed in a one-year position, they will also go back to that person. So that's why I didn't understand that.
So that's really specific to the fact that we're moving to we have temporary positions. It has nothing to do with the two things that you described. It's the space of, if we have people in temporary positions, those people are automatically done at the end of the year.
Right.
So that doesn't apply to people in.
But they're not even displaced at all, because.
But they will be next year, because we're moving to one contract, and anybody who's not going to return will go through the displacement process, and that's why we're adding that language to say ongoing.
I guess I look at people in a temporary position as different from someone who's displaced from a building, because everyone in a one-year contract, what's now called a temporary contract, is gone, or they know that they're going to be gone at the end of the year. I don't see that quite like a displacement.
Correct, but the process is changing for next year, which is why we're putting it in language, so that that's super clear, so that someone in a temporary, because it's not a temporary contract anymore. It's a one contract. It's a temporary position.
So what I'm worried about is, if I was displaced, been in the district 20 years, been in an ongoing position, but I get displaced.
Right.
And then in April, the district places, I haven't gotten a job through mutual consent. The district places me in a one-year position for the following year. then a position opens up in the school from which I was displaced.
That has nothing to do with it because you're currently in an ongoing position. You haven't moved to that 1-year position yet. Your current position is an ongoing position.
Is my point.
Okay.
I think that's my point. And so I don't know how it needs to be fixed. I understand what you're trying to saying, and I don't disagree.
Right.
I just think that for a teacher reading this, they're going to be confused.
Okay.
So I'm just highlighting that as if we can.
I just want to make sure you all understand the
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, and I agree with you. I just think that it could be confusing to educators who have already been placed in a 1-year position for the following year.
Sure. So we have to think about how we can.
So I think we just need to reword that a little bit. Okay. The concept is, I get. I think that's all. Let me keep looking. Yeah, everything else I believe has been accepted. Questions?
Real quick, in the split position, the 12-4X, it was the SPED learning specialist, and I wasn't sure, I didn't know if that is clear enough that usually it's the SIRS, it's like mental health that is split,
but they're usually, okay, so I tried to distinguish here between positions that are identified in the contract as district level positions, center-based teachers, PTs, all those people that are that move around, they're moved around by SPED department. They just do it. Learning specialists are considered a building-based hire, but if they're split between buildings, they have to be paired somehow. They don't have to. If I'm full-time in my school and as a learning specialist and my position is reduced to 0.5, I'm not really displaced 0.5. The district's going to find me another school to work in. Okay, so that's what I'm meaning by that. And I believe, so this is my attempt here was to just simply capture current practice. But I left out all the other SPED positions that are district-based positions by definition and are transient positions that might be moved on an annual basis.
Aren't social emotional learning specialists district owned?
Yeah.
The buy-up can be school-based.
Right.
But I think the cells are
cells, some.
Do they not interview at the building?
No. So, yeah.
Yes, they do.
Cells, so initially the district was paying for the cells, so to speak, but they put that money into the school's budgets. We are required to have cells, but they are hired at the school level.
Mm-hmm.
That money has been loaded into the school's budgets. They are not district owned. They are owned by the.
I think elementary is district owned, though. So elementary is district owned, middle school is not, or secondary. Mm-hmm.
And when I said school based, they're still kind of school based because and I'm open to wordsmithing. I just think it's really important that we capture current practice in the contract,
right?
So that it's real clear.
I think what I was just wanting to make sure is that SIRS is also captured in that, because oftentimes SPED mental health is also bought up in this practice, but they are district level. So then somebody will have district level funding, and then they will have they will use building based funding to create a position.
Yeah, they buy up sometimes.
Right. So that's that. But when it's just SPED learning specialists, then it sounds like it's just the teachers, and we want all of SPED to be encapsulated in that.
So I think if we look at the SPED article, it defines district-based positions versus school hire positions in special ed. I think learning specialists are pretty much the only school hire position. Oh, okay. All right. So maybe SPED mental health needs to be added to this list. I don't know. I may have missed that.
Yeah, it just needs to be.
Okay. All right. So there's a fix we need to do there. And and then that last sentence is that idea that a school bought up for a couple of years, now they can't afford it anymore. we want to make sure that it's clear that that person will be repaired. And I do understand that there is a possibility that we would have too many people to be repaired. We don't have enough half-time jobs to get, and then that happens in AMP sometime. And then we're looking at a different situation, which we hope we never get to because it's a mess.
And I hope someday we can say we're fully staffed and have too many people in not open positions in special ed. That's what I hope.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Yeah.
Any other questions or clarifications or?
So I want to go back to your question about the top part that we struck about an educator may be assigned. So I did go back and I did find it actually in SB 191, but the language that pertains to is for hiring teachers in contracted positions, which is when I originally struck it. What I was saying is we have that practice captured in the hiring.
Yes, we do.
12.1.
Yeah, we do.
Right. So that's why it's struck.
And I'm fine with it being struck. I just wanted to make sure we were all on the same page.
Yes.
This is the law that we're still
correct
battled with.
And I did go back and double check into 12.1 to ensure that we've captured that correctly. So that's why it's struck, is because we've already captured it in our hiring practices by naming the makeup of the committee and that process.
So I'm gonna go ahead and make that yellow. Anything else?
I'm just curious, with the 12.1-3, Human Resources will advertise jobs in a manner to attract the most diverse hiring pool as possible. What does that look like to you?
I think it looks like more than just having, I don't really know everything that HR does now, but I know that we have had a constant conversation with HR for many, many years about trying to have a more diverse hiring pool. And I know in my own organization, we have expanded the number of job boards that we may post jobs on. And there's like union job boards. But we've actually looked for specific job posting boards, for lack of a better word, that are more likely to be seen by a diverse audience. And I'm not saying what that is because I'm not an HR expert, but I'm assuming there are people in HR that would know what that means. It might be an advertisement at a HBCU, for example. Maybe it's an ad saying, hey, come to Jeffco. Here's a link to our district job board or something. I don't know. And I'm not trying to dictate the details.
And not necessarily posting specific jobs, but maybe advertising in different areas.
Yes. I think we would like a diverse pool for all of our jobs. Yeah.
I'd point out that one of the practices I think I've seen HR employ already is, hey, here's the base advertising that we're willing to do as a district that we provide. And if you want to, we can coordinate with you, and the school pays for additional advertising that might be specific to their school-based need. So, for example, we just did that with Jeffco Open School, Expeditionary Schools. We went to hire their principal. They really wanted their posting, nationally out there, particularly in some expeditionary channels of leadership. And so the school paid for some of those specific ones where we paid for maybe some of the more standard ones through CASE.
I know that in the past, we had a member, Robert Hawkins, who is a social worker at Jefferson High School, African American, worked in the district for a number of years. He and Phil, I've already forgotten Phil's last name. Somebody help me. Thank you. He and Phil actually traveled to Atlanta and went to some historically black universities. And the point that Robert Hawkins made was that you can't just stick an ad in that environment. You have to develop relationships with people. And so that's another process that we continue to talk to HR about. Our Ethnic Minority Outreach Action Team has regular meetings with them. And this is a continued interest of ours to have a more diverse hiring pool. So I'm not trying to be too directive here to HR, just putting it out there that, do what we can. Anything else?
Okay. All right. With that, we will move to Article 15, JCEA Bravo. Article 15 is temporary contracts. We should race on who can name each article the fastest. I'm very competitive tonight.
I think we're really close here. So this is all already, accepted. Look, just one sentence. All current employees may apply and be considered for jobs which open during the school year. Because we're not having temporary positions for jobs posted after the beginning of the year, we wanted to say that if your dream job opens in November and you're at a different school, you can apply. And I want to acknowledge that that brings up its own challenges. But we think that helping people find their jam is worth some of the downside of this. So that's the only thing we added to this article.
I just want to add too, this will help us retain people within our district.
Maria.
We had this happen this year in special education, and it was like within the first week of the school year, someone resigned because their dream position opened in the district and they went to another center program, which left this one particular center program without a teacher, right? So I'm all about finding your dream job and going for it, especially if you're in the district, of course. However, I wonder about, this came up in a conversation this week, something about collaborative working with administrators for release time, like when they can transition to this dream job. In other situations, we have it pending on the hiring of the position they're leaving.
I think that's totally reasonable. Okay. And this language would not prevent that.
Okay.
It just says you can apply and be considered. So then if we want to say, okay, you've got the job, but before we move you, we've got to do XYZ. We've got to find your replacement. We've got to find a long-term sub, whatever it may be.
Collaboratively problem solve between administrators, like have a transition plan so that we're not having kids that are not being served.
And if it's a move out of a school into the ed center, then maybe the ed center job just, it's not filled for a while until.
We're doing that with the central evaluation team for mental health providers. They can't take those positions and move into those until their school-based mental health positions are filled.
Yep.
I was just going to say, as a former SPED teacher whose dream job opened up in the middle of the school year, people will leave anyway also if we don't allow it. So I think putting the flexibility in there prevents people leaving the district entirely.
Anything else?
I would just say that it's similar to what Maria was saying. We'll have to take it back, obviously, to some folks in HR, and then may add some parameters, sort of like what Maria just named, and some other things that are immediately coming to mind around that. But I don't think it's an unreasonable request and something that we can't find a common ground around.
Well, and in the past, one of the reasons for having jobs be posted and it's a temporary job after the beginning of the year was so that if it was your dream job, you could go for it at least the next spring for the following year. And so if you're not going to do that anymore, then that's what that's about. All right. We ready for the last one?
Ready for 16. 16 is variances.
All right. I almost hit leave every time. Okay. So 16.1, we struck the part about a member of the superintendent's cabinet or designee will serve as the facilitator of the committee. the district can put whoever they want on the committee. So if you all want Dr. Kim on the variance committee, or Tracy, or anybody, that person could be on there. So we struck that. And then the rest of this is all just kind of wordsmithing that's already been accepted. This is a return to current language. If after this discussion there is still no consensus, the variance will be denied. And then we did strike the section about this new process of if the committee can't come to agreement, going before the chief of schools. This, to me, falls under the if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We've had a couple of years of very good variance committee meetings. This year was, I thought, excellent. And the district people on it were very thoughtful. I hope we were thoughtful. One side or the other would bring up something that the other side hadn't thought about, and we'd all go, yeah, that's something to consider. So we feel the committee's working really well, and so we'd like to just leave things as they are. And that's it.
Lisa, I'm sorry, would you say the blue highlight was?
The what now? Oh, that's just, it's in black. It's just a return to current language. It had been, I believe it had been struck by you, and I just wanted to point out that I reinserted it, and it's current language.
Thank you.
So Lisa, back up in 16.1, the language that you struck. So the reason why it says one member of the superintendent's cabinet or designee will serve as a facilitator is because current language says the variance committee will be composed of an equal number of members of the superintendent's cabinet or designee. So I was just, in doing that, keeping consistent with how the committee is comprised. We wouldn't have a different facilitator come in because we already have language that describes how it's comprised.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the purpose for that. And I would love to hear a little bit more just around the decision to strike the language about the facilitator and sort of the role of the facilitator to kind of make that really clear so that schools know who to expect communication from, and that the committee is super clear. And that obviously, there's that language in there that says in collaboration with all members of the committee.
Well, I guess this year, I guess I think of you as the facilitator because from the HR side, it's your baby, right? And I know as we worked this year, Jed Christensen did a lot of the communication back and forth to schools. Sometimes Chris Gleason did. I mean, we can tighten that up as a committee. I don't know. Those of us that serve on the variance committee didn't really see a need for this. Anything else?
What happens right now if there's a tie? I forget.
If what?
If there's a tie?
The committee has to agree collaboratively or the variance is denied.
Got it.
That has not happened in the last couple of years. We had some a few years ago that Jcea was not happy about, and we said no to some things, but we worked that out eventually.
I usually make Lisa and Jennifer arm wrestle, and that's how we decide.
Now that she had her surgery, I'm in big trouble.
Yeah. I know. I have a titanium shoulder now, so.
That's going to be
actually,
a problem.
I think you'd beat me real easily.
Lisa, what does it mean when it says if there's no consensus? How do you define consensus?
We're all thumbs up. The committee
fully in.
And the committee has been able to do that for a number of years. We did have a few years ago some DTL things that we threw a little hissy fit about, but other than that, I think it's really worked pretty well. I always tell the story of how we cut tens of millions of dollars out of the district budget during the Great Recession, and we had to come to consensus. And we did it over 2 days for 3 years running. So I always say, if we could do that by consensus, we can figure out variances by consensus.
Mike, another thing that's been really helpful is like we don't have to make a decision on that moment. Like we have questions and then we send them back to the school for clarification. And if like their plan is not super clear, we can ask them to resubmit some certain things. And that is what's helped in this process.
Thank you.
And it really, I mean, it's a pretty, this year went so smoothly. Like it was, I felt like, I don't even know that there's a need for changing the language because I think it went really well.
Thanks.
But don't ask the schools that we denied variances about it. There were a couple, but it was a consensus-based. Yeah. Anything else? Okay.
All right. What should we do now? Just kidding.
Well,
how are you feeling about 11?
I have an idea of what we could do next. Do you want to TA some stuff? Okay, cool. So we can do them separately, or we'll do them separately. So I would like to see, on our side at least, we are comfortable with Article 11 moving forward. So if your team is also comfortable, we can do a thumbs up if you are good with 11. And also Article 9. If you're good with Article 9, thumbs up. What? Do you want us to take some more time with it? Do you want, we can thumbs down.
No, I was just a little surprised. Okay.
We're good. So, yoo-hoo!
No? Okay.
And then 25, we're going to have to consult with our nurse members. But
none of us understand 25.
I just want to point out, though, that these nurses were actually asking for their pay to be less to save their department money. And I just wanted to go, guys, shut up, take the win. But I mean, it was really, I was just really touched by that. They really dug into their practices and said, we think we can save our department money and we'll feel okay about it. I just wanted to point that out.
Totally.
But they also want to be recognized as nationally board certified. So let's
we
take
don't
that
forget
savings and please put it there.
That's a great point to make because we will be returning. Well, speaking of things that are upcoming, that'll probably be in next week's work with Article 17 in terms of setting the agenda. Unless, do you want to do any additional work on any of this evening, or should we call it a night?
I was hoping we'd be able to get to 15, but it sounds like we need to run just that last sentence by a few people. I will tell you, our principals were a little upset with us for allowing teachers to apply for other jobs the first week of school, and then they were scrambling on day one, and so we just need to.
Okay,
but we don't hate it. We don't hate it.
So it sounds like that might be on the agenda for next week.
Oh yeah, definitely. We'll be able to get 3 of those back next week, 12, 15, and 16.
And
I believe so.
Setting an agenda for next week. There's a lot of work and also 2 bargaining sessions. So I think maybe we'll probably touch base on Tuesday about what will be Thursday and what might push to Friday. And there might be some things that just naturally push into Friday. But I think that we're going to be ready to go with 17 Appendix C. And then coach activity stipend is a tentative for the Thursday, but hopefully for Friday, if not Thursday.
Is that your tentative or my tentative?
Is it letter B?
Yeah.
I wrote that in there.
Just making sure.
Okay. Yeah, I know I copied your style. Sorry. I should have cited the source. Yes, so I put that in there. And district. Okay, so I'm tentatively maybe putting in Article 3 we can talk. I'll let you know on Tuesday. And then Article 8 is also a tentative on our side. And there may be more stuff. We'll see.
Yeah, we will. We'll have 5 ready, and then we will bring back, as we're able, either Thursday or Friday, 12, 15, and 16. And we will bring back 13, maybe by Thursday, but more likely by Friday. And maybe the following week if obviously that was a lot for HR to consume, and so they are really working through it and being thoughtful. And 26 is on there. It's letter C.
Is that all?
Well, we have Thursday and Friday, so
we're just going to go straight through. Starting Thursday night, we're going to end Friday at 7. Okay, bring your sleeping bags.
It's an idea. It's an idea. We have 13 articles left open right now, and so we want to get through as many of these as we possibly can and continue the language exchange because we have 13 articles open and we only have 4 sessions currently scheduled, one of which is tentative because there's a board meeting that night. And I know that your association might like to speak with the board that evening. And so we might have to modify that. And so as of right now, we have Thursday, the 25th, Friday, the 26th, which is a 1 p.m. to 7 p.m. right now currently at JCEA. However, I know that if we are discussing compensation proposals that afternoon, you might like it to be streamed. So we're trying to find a room in this building where we can stream, but this room is unavailable.
Are you talking about the 9th or
the 26th?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Friday.
26th.
Friday, we're at JCEA because it's as you know, non-contact day. So there's professional learning everywhere, including in this room and 4E. So that's a tiny wrinkle. And then we also have May 4th, which is a Saturday. And May 9th, which is the board meeting night. And so that's the night we may need to revise.
And we may want to possibly contemplate the 16th of May if need be. So,
and we know that some people will have to be at graduations. And so we'll, everybody who can be here, we'll work on that too. I might need to, I might reserve this room just in case.
That might be a good idea.
Bless
you.
All right. If we could please review joint communication before we adjourn.
Please make sure you make any adjustments you see. My brain wasn't really working super well tonight, so I won't be offended.
All right, once you have read it, if you are on board and okay with it, thumbs up. Nicely done, Michelle D.A., like usual. All right, any other essential items to discuss this evening? You just got 22 minutes back in your life. Drive home safely.